Hello again, Struckweb. Welcome back to another stream of mine with this Blood Drinker forged in Torchlight 3. We are almost level 60. We're like 55, so today we will finish the leveling and we will be farming afterwards. That's why I didn't name this stream as a leveling stream, but rather farming stream. But yeah, let's wrap up the leveling, I guess. First things first. And while doing so, maybe get some good wood that is much needed, like better mountain king pieces. Maybe some winter weave pieces will also be always welcome. So first I need to get rid of some stuff in mine and my pet's inventory. That's pretty good defense. Okay, that's better than my helmet right now.
See ya. You pay up front, no refund. Good luck out there.
Let's go. I've got 5 more levels to go. And we will get them. We will get those levels in no time. Especially with the end game dropping, after I reach level 60, dropping some stronger items. When I'm level 57, I would be able to equip those strong items that drop in the end game. Although I do have some already prepared items in my stash somewhere that should be level 60 items that I can use. Maybe not properly min-max, but still decent. So I might just switch to those for now. I'm thinking of doing another one of those stage 10s to get level 56 and then move on to the 58, 59 enemies. I'd say maybe this one's not bad. Zombies. Let's do zombies. For now my priority is XP. Once I reach level 60 my priority would be fame, because I would wanna wrap up the winter contract on this server as well. When you switch to ridiculous and start farming fame, wrapping up the winter contract, collecting everything that's on it is not actually difficult. On normal it could take a while, but on ridiculous it's gonna be pretty quick to get the total of 40k fame. And I probably don't need 40k now, I probably need like 30k, because I think I've got like 10 levels on it. What level are the enemies here? My level. Okay, that's good. Shrine, nice. I'm seeing some sort of yellow beige damage, and I don't know what does this damage. Is it my pet? Is it something else of mine? Can't pinpoint the source of this damage, of those damage numbers, maybe, to put it that way. I'm pretty sure it's not me, so it's gotta be the pet. Or some sort of a proc, maybe. But if it is a proc, then a proc from what? But it looks as if it's sacred damage, that's what it looks like, as if it's holy light damage. With that color, the yellowish color. Was the quest here to collect some barrels of Ember Shine and to kill the granny. Okay, couple more left here. Actually, a bit more than couple. Let's go get Granny. Or should I stay for XP in this map and not push it too quickly? Maybe if I stay for XP it would be the better case. To try and get as close to 56 as I can. I should start looking for gauntlet maps. Or at least dividing. Dividing would be the preferred option because it still gives decent XP. But also a lot of drops happen there. Oh, see? That's the same thing that just happened. I think it might be steam powered uppercut that causes this yellow damage. But it doesn't happen every time, so I'm just wondering what could be the cause. See, now it happened with Vortex Bomb. This type of damage. I don't know what causes it, but it's very weird. See, now this did it. I think it's the pet. I think it's the pet. Let's let the pet fight. It's gotta be the pet doing this damage, those damage numbers. But it doesn't have any special attack skills on it. Unless... No, it's Rapid Bartering and Phoenix, so it shouldn't be doing any procs. I know, I'm out of ideas what's causing this yellow damage. See, it just happened again. It's always near the pet, so it leads me to believe that it's gotta be something pet related doing this. What's this one? This is Drat Neckband, so it's not this causing the proc either. The weirdest part is those numbers sometimes are an AoE. It's not just a single target. See, it just happened when my pet wasn't here. It happened with Vent Vortex Bomb. Is that damage happening when I'm spending heat? Let's try and vent again near some enemies. Or maybe it's happening when I'm gaining heat. Let's do it that way. Okay, let's do that boss fight. Come on, come on. Looking to upgrade some items. Just not getting the things I want to upgrade them. Probably gonna do another one of those until I get 56. Dividing and Infamous. Okay, this is perfect. Dividing and Infamous. Good for farming and for XP, and good for farming for fame. Although on normal you can't get much fame anyways. So I'm just gonna count on the dividing for drops and for XP. Okay, I'm getting those jars. Okay, more jars. How many more are left? 8 more jars. Although I'd rather clear the map completely. And by the way, last night I finished Cyberpunk again with a different ending. And it was still a shitty ending. So far 2 out of 2 endings were shitty. In regards to not having a good outcome for our character. And this time the ending took a while. It took a while. There was a fight. I had to kill Adam Smasher as well. Because on the previous one, when I completed it, I didn't. So that's interesting. There's multiple bad endings in Cyberpunk 2077, let's say it like that, without spoiling much. I'm not sure there's a good ending, but there's gotta be some sort of a good ending in the game. They can be all bad endings. Let's see. Oh shit, I didn't want to enter. Well, let's just do it, I guess. I wanted to keep fighting for XP. Leveling those last few levels is very boring. It's unnecessarily long from 55 to 60. I mean, it's still pretty fast, but it could be much faster. It feels like it suddenly slows down, which it does in regards to pacing. Still trying to find that reindeer pet. The reindeer pet is very elusive and it doesn't want to drop for me. But it's only my third day of playing this hero, so I guess it's fine if it doesn't drop immediately. Critical mass damage. Damn, I'm probably gonna keep this for other builds. You never know when you're gonna need something like this, so and just put it here. And maybe I can put the cyclone mode one over there with critical mass as well. And then where can I put the other one? This one. Maybe this one here as well. And this one here as well. There we go. Let's do this one. We're not getting Wookiee with a gauntlet. The dividing map we got was pretty short as well. Dividing goblins map that's very long would be perfect for the leveling up. Or a dividing Hivit map on this one I'm doing right now would also be pretty good. Okay. See, now that damage happened when I wasn't there. I think it might be just some sort of a bug where some damage numbers get painted in yellow and beige or whatever you want to call it. In mustard. So sometimes it happens for the pet's attacks, sometimes it happens for my own. When the pet is not even near, so find it strange what it could be, and I can't pinpoint what's causing this. See, now it just happened. Wait, what's happening? I don't have cooldown on my fracking strike. Why did the cooldown disappear? Oh, never mind, it's back. Did I have a shrine, a cooldown shrine? Maybe I had a cooldown shrine on. I'm thinking of standing a little bit longer on this map. Let's just stay and kill some more high wit before wrapping the map up. That missed. $840k, well that was nice. That was actually pretty nice damage. 840k. So on ridiculous versus bosses it will be 30% of this. So like close to 300k, and that's with shitty gear. I think with good gear on ridiculous to bosses you can still get it to do 600-700k, maybe even a million with the uppercut. I mean, it's gonna require a lot of min-maxing of the gear, but it's doable. If I'm seeing those numbers right now, without percent damage to servo driven and with a weapon that only does 4.9k. That's excluding Fazir bonuses in those calculations. I mean, with Fazir bonuses to stats from the power creep, everything goes higher and higher, so obviously it can reach much more. But yeah, when I do calculate damages, I never include Fazir's power creep in my calculations, because I don't count on it, I don't rely on it, and I don't count on it standing there for long after what I'm seeing of how it's making things super overpowered. But yeah, that power creep right now is a mess. There we go. Let's keep moving here. Trying to clear the map completely, even though it's already finished. And the third letter is back, and it's having a wonderful Christmas time. You know, this song, not really. I'm not a fan of Christmas songs, honestly. They're just tacky as hell. It's something only children should enjoy. In fact, most of the things I like don't have singing in them. They just seem like children's songs. Most of them actually are children's songs. And yeah, it is very tacky. But yeah, see, not everyone needs to like Christmas. Some people can be Grinches like me. I like the whole present giving thing, tradition, but I don't like the whole decorating the house with unnecessary lights and snowmen and Santas and all of that decoration stuff. It's just too much for my eyes, and I don't like the whole Christmas songs and things like that. And Christmas movies. There are a few Christmas movies I like Grinch, like the one with Arnold, where he was buying a toy for his son. Elf was a fun Christmas movie, but some of the other ones are just so predictable and so boring to watch because you know what's gonna happen eventually. And yeah, movies sometimes, even if you know what's gonna happen, the journey is fun, but most of them are just super predictive and they're, I don't know. It's not something fun to watch for me. But some are. I can't put them all into the same under the same hood, because there are some that I enjoy. And for example, Nightmare Before Christmas, that was super nice. When I was little, I used to love it. But it's Tim Burton in a Christmas movie. He did it very well. Let's see what's here. No, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer for me. Well, I wanna get that reindeer in the game, by the way. I do wanna get the reindeer in the game in Torchlight 3. That's the one holiday pet skin I'm still missing. I've got the ugly sweater cat. I've got the doggo. I've got the snow owl and the ferret. Still missing the reindeer though. Okay, there we go. Thankfully there's some decent density in this Acrid Plains type of map. It's very good for leveling up, to just stay here and keep hitting stuff. But yeah, yesterday, as I said, third letter, I'm not sure if you were here, but I finished the game again, the Cyberpunk 2077. After I did almost every single side quest I can find on the map, except 2 or 3, I decided to try another completion of the final mission to see if I can get a different ending, and I did get a much longer different ending. It didn't end on the rooftop, but I could actually go down from the rooftop and do some more stuff. And I decided to side with Hanako, but I didn't like the ending. That's all I'm gonna say to avoid spoiling. Because even after you side with one, even after you choose one path, there's still more forks. So there's a lot of endings out there, I guess. A lot of endings out there, I guess, but the one I got, I didn't like it. So far I'm 2 out of 2 bad endings in Cyberpunk. Still to see which one would lead to a good ending and to something I think works out well. Okay, you're gonna shoot her down. Well, if you're supposed to meet with her in Embers, which is right the part where the end of the end starts. If you're at Embers, you still have chances to shoot her down because you make your decision on the rooftop. That's where you make the important decisions, on the rooftop. You meet her, you hear her out, and from there you go back to Misty's place and Victor's, and that's where you make the important decisions. So when you reach Misty and Victor, that's the important part. Maybe try and make a save somewhere out there if you want to. But even if you side with Hanako, there's still different forks of what you would do and how you would go on about it, and how things would end up in the end. But I really like the story. I think siding with Hanako brings me a very good story. And it was very long. It probably took a few hours to just reach that whole ending part to a conclusion. And that was with me skipping some of the conversations. I mean, not skipping, but skipping the animations. I was still reading the subtitles. I was just skipping some of the voiceovers to make it go quickly, because I had to stay until 4 AM wrapping that ending. I thought it would take 30-40 minutes, then it took 2 hours. I was like, shit, it's already 4 AM. I really need to wrap up this ending. All I can say is with the melee build, those fights I had at the end of the game were trivial. With the melee build, the way I made it. I don't think Adam Smasher hit me once. He didn't hit me once. With Sandy Viston, with the slow-mo, and with the damage I do with katanas, he was pretty easy to beat. And that was on very hard. On the hardest difficulty Cyberpunk offered. So melee builds are strong with those over 200k crits. But the weirdest thing is my revolver, an Archangel that I crafted myself, was critting 30-40,000 without spending a single point into revolvers, which leads me to believe with revolvers I can probably still do 200k crits, headshot crits, if I were on a pistol build. So I guess every build is viable as long as you properly make it, as long as you properly synergize it, regardless what type of weapon you're using and focusing on. I'm assuming with any type of weapon you can reach 200k plus 300k damage per crit headshot. Shut her down, and I wouldn't mind spoiling me what ending you got if you shut Hanako down. I think the options are go with Johnny and Rogue as Johnny. Then go talk to Hanako, or then there's an option to get Palmer, no Palmer, Panam, to get Panam to come and help you. I think those are the three options, and the fourth option is to take the pill or the gun, and to just end it there on the rooftop, which is what I did the first time. The first time I didn't know that's what's gonna happen, and I ended it at the rooftop, and that's how it ended. Pretty anticlimactic. But this time at least I had some stuff to do afterwards. I think the next time I do it I will test Johnny, going with Rogue as Johnny, to see where that would lead. Summon Fog, Blue-Grey Cat. Not sure if I've got it, let's just... So the game teaches you, Cyberpunk teaches you not to side with Corpus. Siding with the Corpus is not great for your endings. That's kind of the moral of the story, I guess, with the game. With the endings, with the ending I got yesterday. The game doesn't want us to be Corpu docs. Okay. Let's start doing the double HP maps now.
You say that now. I've got one of those at home. You know.
Gear Wookie. Oh, Gear Wookie goblins. I wanna do that. But I've at least gotten all the vehicles last night in Cyberpunk and unlocked that one. So I've just got like 2 missions left to do. One of them is broken, and I've read on the forums, on the CD Projekt Red forums, that it's broken for many people, and I probably won't be able to complete that one mission. Another one is broken, and I couldn't read info about it and why it's broken and how to do it. Maybe I haven't looked enough, and I'm gonna try looking up how to complete it. And then the other one is the mission with the detective, which I just didn't have the time last night to check. I'm kind of disappointed of the lack of romancing options in the game. I thought Cyberpunk would have more romancing options in the game. But at least you have Joy Toys. What of those? Sebastian 01 says, hello Struck bro. Are story quests required to level up, or can you just play freestyle? Well, story quests are required to do endgame. You can't unlock the endgame if you don't do the story. So you still have to do the main mission quests, the main story, if you want to do the endgame content. I'm not a fan of this. I'm not a fan of not being able to just power level a hero with just mapworks and Fazier. When, for example, someone could invite you to their own Fazier and mapworks, and you can just run around and get XP and get boosted to max level, but you won't be able to do your own endgame unless you finish the story. I wish the Fazier didn't require completing Act 3 to do, and endgame only characters existed in this game. But at least it doesn't take that long to complete the story. 10-15 hours depending how quick you are. You could probably even do it for less than 10 hours if you know what you're doing, and if you just rush it, if someone is helping you to just kill stuff quickly. But yeah, I personally am also a fan of games that let me make endgame only heroes. Because once you've done the story a few times, it just gets boring having to do it over and over and over and over again if you want to level up outs. But at least, again, it doesn't take that long. And Eldevit1234, welcome Eldevit1234 to my Twitch channel, to the Struck Club. Thank you for the follow. It is appreciated. And let's see. I'm gonna try and kill as many as I can on this map. If I don't accidentally enter the portal when it's summoned, it would be great, because it's a decent map. Okay. This didn't hit it, okay. Okay, we finished the map. But I'm gonna keep killing some enemies for XP rather than going in the portal right away. Because there's good density in this map. It'd be a shame not to take advantage of it, especially when it's a gearwork map. I can even get some upgrades on my current gear. Okay, there we go. Yes, that's pretty much the map. Cleared at like 90-95%, so maybe I can just wrap it up. Oh, actually, there's more. Never mind, there's more over here. There's a lot more over here. Okay, that's good. Let's see if we can get some more to spawn. Perfect. That's plenty. That should be probably in the last few remaining gobos. Let's go into the portal. Another toy maker tool. Nice. Sebastian says, I'm looking for a Disc Mage build but not sure what to choose. So for Disc Mage, first of all, you're probably someone that's looking for a damage centric build, for a glass cannon build. If you want damage, Electrode and Flaming Destroyer are very good. On any class, if you take as a relic, as a subclass, the Flaming Destroyer and the Electrode, those would give you some good DPS. On the Electrode, you can get casting speed, and casting speed, there aren't many things in the game that can give you casting speed, but with more casting speed comes faster mana drain, and you would need to... they remove the mana cost reduction affixes from the game. Not sure if intentionally or a bug, but we no longer have mana cost reduction affixes from what I've seen. So you would need mana regeneration, a lot of it, or you would need this thing, My Little General, which when relic energy reaches maximum gain grace, which gives you 25% damage. It reduces your damage, the damage you take, by 25% for 8 seconds, and it also, when you have a set bonus, if you have equipped the sword or the mace, you can also get 25% more casting speed. That's one thing that gives you casting speed. The Electrode has two skills that give you casting speed. You get 25% casting speed with tier 3 Conjure Electrode, and another 50% casting speed with 1000 volt burst, which is pretty decent. And I've never stacked this Liu General with the other casting speeds, but I've stacked the 50 and 25 casting speed together from Conjure Electrode and 1000 volt burst. So the Electrode is a relic that's more about procs. You're not doing the damage directly, although you can with certain skills. But it's very good for builds that want to do damage as a result of procs. More hits per second equals more procs per second. That's kind of how it works with the Conjure Electrode, or not Conjure Electrode, with the Electrode relic, with Lightning Strikes, the passive. Whereas the Flaming Destroyer does have a similar passive, Firestorm I think it was called, but the Flaming Destroyer has Blazing Pure, which is pretty decent. And the Flaming Destroyer has stronger ultimate, stronger big relic skill. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, I was gonna see if this one is stronger than mine. Unfortunately, it's not stronger than mine. But there's some very good new synergies. I mean, I do have a lot of builds on my website. I do have a lot of builds for Dusk Mage you can check on the website. And some of those would require a little bit of extra tweaking. It would require maybe using some of the newer items. In most of my old videos I'm mentioning things like legendary items not being able to get flat damage. For example, this 865 watt damage I've got. Legendary items used to be able to not roll with such stats. Now they can. Now you can get flat damage on legendary weapons. You can get flat damage on legendary chest and on legendary legs / locomotions. Which you couldn't before. Let's check if there's any good maps to do. Gearwalkie. The Gearwalkie is tempting. Gauntlet anchored. Oh, Gauntlet. I'm probably gonna do the Gauntlet. Gauntlet maps are maps that have no drops during the map, only during the boss stage. But if you have respawning enemies, and you only get wife-bound scrolls during that map stage. But respawning enemies, it's very good for leveling up. It might be a bit boring staying in the same map for a long time, but it's very good for leveling up to do Gauntlet maps for the price of not getting any drops. I'm kind of unlucky because this one is with spiders and not with goblins. If it was with goblins as the main enemy, it would have been with much better density. But at least it's Gauntlet, so if I like the respawn rates, I can stay and get some decent XP out of it. Okay, this way. So much knockback. There's goblin hounds, then there's the Netherim that are knocking me back and interrupting. Okay, here. And here. Okay, let's go this way. There was a quest thingy. I wanna pick it up over here. Getting close to 57. Those annoying knockbacks. So the next level will probably be 4.6k. 4.530, okay. Yeah. XP, a lot of XP is needed. You're gonna be going with the Flaming Destroyer Relic. With the Flaming Destroyer Relic, you've got a very nice synergy with Blazing Pure. Using Blazing Pure more often allows you to use Summoning Smash more often. And it's pretty decent. And Fireball is good, Magma Burst is decent. You've got Quake of Flames, which also could be nice if you don't wanna use Summoning Smash more often. You can just go for an Aura build and just use Quake of Flames as your energy spender. And with Quake of Flames, if you have duration for Quake of Flames, and that gives you very good sustain of the buff. It gives you very good sustain of the buff, and you can keep it up for a long time. And it's a great stat to look out for if you're going for an Aura build on any relic to get the stat duration to that skill. I think I had a shrine and that reduces the cooldowns. But yeah, that extra 25% damage you get while you have the aura up. For example, for me it's this aura. Every relic has one aura, and while you have it up, that 25% damage really does help your DPS. It's not to be underestimated. Even on builds where you're using other relic energy spenders, you can still use the aura right before the relic energy spenders. And still get those to do more damage. For example, I can get Drain and use Bloodseekers right before using Drain, and that could work nicely. Although I don't want to make this a Drain build, but it's an option to people who want it. With the relic, you gotta decide. Do you wanna be using your relic ultimate, like this one, the spinning blades, the dance of death, more often, or whatever the equivalent on your relic is? You wanna use it more often or less often? If you wanna use it less often, Aura is the way to go. If you wanna use it more often, if you wanna rely on that one for extra DPS and stuff, then you probably wanna go for one of the other two energy skills, so you can dump energy quicker, so you can spam that ultimate quicker. So it's like a choice of a playstyle you wanna adapt. go.
Cast that spell here.
700 XP, almost 800 since I leveled up. I think it's going pretty quick.
Can't do that. Enchant text that here.
Okay. Let's check over here. There's still parts of the map I've not explored, but since they're respawning, I can just stay in one or two places and just go back and forth from point A to point B as they're respawning in one and the other. Boom. Okay. Should I leave the map or still try and get at least level 58? It's getting boring in this map. I'd rather do more maps. It's not one of the best gauntlets I've done, but at least there's constant food of enemies. What level are they? They're level 59 and I'm 57. Okay. With 57 that means I can equip level 60 items if I had some good forged items. But since this is the first forged I'm making after the wipe on the live server, excluding the ones I have on the test realm. I don't have much forged gear for that one reason. Especially not level 60 gear for forged, but I've got multi-class gear that I can use on the forged. see what's here. Come on. Come on. Let's see if this one's good enough. Not good enough. Well, I should have some level 60 items. Let's check. What level 60 items can I get? 3 to Bloodseekers, crit chance and defense. Well, it's definitely better than what I'm wearing, so this is one thing I could use. Skittering shoulders instead of the ancient ember shoulders. Well, definitely getting a lot of defense here. And I don't use poison dart anyways. Then as a weapon, this one is a bit better than what I'm using, so unless I find a better one, that's gonna be it. Shield wise, that's not a big increase. This one on the other hand is a huge increase, so maybe let's use it. Crit chance, relic energy generation 3.9, 8.3, 3.4, and levels to Bloodseekers. Okay. Sharp blade. Can this become stronger than this? 4.5, 4.2, 9.4, 8.6. So that's without the bonus. Without the bonus, this one is 5,300 something. This is 5,000, close to 5,200. So, oh, this one's gonna be strong when I'm done with it. Mm. 3.8, 9.5. Oh, this one's low level, never mind. Yeah, I think there isn't much better. Oh, Phoenix. I can probably use the Phoenix. Although, do I need a Phoenix token? Instead of a Phoenix token, I'd rather use something that gives me attack speed or cooldown. I'm gonna keep my rapid bartering. Attack speed or cooldown. It's still probably better than my current Phoenix. So let's, for now, take it. This one, I'm probably gonna grab that one too. Anything else that's an upgrade? I think this is mostly low level gear now. Yeah, seems like it's mostly low level gear in this page. No, this is 60. Oh, this one. Faster pet cooldown. Any more 60s left? 10,000 defense. Chance to walk, chance to walk. Just in case, I'm gonna see which one's better. This one is less. This one's less elemental, but more regular defense, but no socket. This one is less regular defense, but gives me elemental, and it has a socket where I can put more regular defense. And I'm gonna see which one I'm gonna wear. Phoenix token with faster cooldown, 14.9. This is 12.7. Okay, we're done with the investigation. Let's go upgrade some items now. First of all, the weapon. Okay, we've got ourselves a decent weapon for now. We no longer need that one. Let's take a spare one in case I die. Now we're equipping this. We're equipping this. I'm gonna upgrade the symmetry and see if it's worth it. I want regular defense. Not fire, regular defense. Come on. So now the question is, which one do I go for? Bomb Walker or Symmetry? With the Bomb Walker there's more block chance. And I get chance to fear and chance to slow, which is fine. I don't really need those. But the defense is less and no electric defense. So for now I guess I'd rather go for the one with more stats. This one gets replaced by that one. And I think that's it. This one I no longer need. So 39% physical defense. It's fine, it's not great, but it's still something. Now I've got a skill point to put over here maybe. Should I get this level to tier 1? Or just focus on Rupture and maybe Energizer for the other 2 levels. Or maybe get relic damage, relic skills damage. I've got 3 more levels. 58, 59, 60. If I put those 3 levels into Ramming Robot, that's gonna be extra damage to relic skills. But do I want it? Right now my main damage is Uppercut and Vortex Bomb and Cyclone. This is just support damage. And this. We'll see. But relic skill damage should improve Rupture as well. Let's keep going. Let's do the boss fight now. Waki Pablo. Let's test Waki Pablo. Oh, he's Stormbringer. Let's do Waki Pablo. Come on, come on. Vote. Let's see here. Wait, why is Waki Pablo half HP? Okay, that was a bug. He was not half HP. I lost my cursor in the crowd for a moment. Let's see. Alright, let's keep pushing a little bit more.
I've got one of those at home. You know, in the bottle.
Let's do the infamous. When I hit level 60, I'm switching the difficulty to the maximum. For now, I'm staying on this difficulty just so I can level up quicker. With the damage I've got right now, things should be much easier. With that level 60 sword I've equipped. This. There we go. Let's see over here. Like that. What's over here? Is that a goblin dinner? I think it's a goblin dinner that we can't use yet until we kill the jailer to get the keys. We gotta get the jailer, then get the keys. Or the key. There's the cauldron though, I can get that cauldron. What else is there? What's over here? I have to remember that there's a goblin dinner over there later on when I need to find them. And I wonder if I can get 58 from this map. Most likely I'm gonna need another map, even if I clear everything on that one. The XP just won't be enough. Let's see. But yeah, some of the things I didn't like that they changed is the XP. The XP it takes from level 55 to 60. They substantially increased the amount required to level up. Unnecessary, uncalled for, and they're forcing you to repeat some levels multiple times, or to push enemies that are higher level than you that drop potions you can't use, and that's just not fun. Playing a level where the potions you get you can't equip, you can't use, you can delete those potions, which is even worse because it's just creating dead space. Until level 57. Once you reach level 57, you're never gonna encounter this problem with the potions. But before 57, you're gonna encounter that problem as long as you're fighting enemies 4 or more levels higher than you. The potions would also be 4 or more levels higher, and you won't be able to use them. The leveling up was very good when the game first launched, after level 50, after level 46, and the end game leveling up was pretty nice, but then they ruined it with one of the patches and made it take longer to reach level 60 from 46. And it's just boring. Whether it takes you 1 hour or 3 hours or 5 hours, I think the less the better. The less time you spend farming low level items, the more time you're gonna spend farming level 60 items, and that's what this game is about, the level 60 farm. Let's see. I can't use the goblin dinner yet. Alright, where the hell is this? Oh, actually no, I think I can. Maybe I've already clicked it. There's one goblin dinner at the beginning of the map. I'm gonna get back to it later. Okay. Where's that goblin dinner? And the second one. There we go. Now we can go ahead to the beginning of the map to free the third one. It's gotta be somewhere here, if I remember. Boss time. Nio is back. Shout out to Nio, as usual. Welcome back, Nio. Let's see. That's some nice defense. How much damage do I lose if I change this? 9,100, 1,200. Okay, that's not much of a loss. See, this is broken. This is straight up broken. Getting the challenge bonus outside of the Fazir dungeon. This fucking broken and ruined. See, imagine them adding new endgame activities. It would this immediately makes any future endgame activity useless, because you won't be able to get those strong items in that endgame activity unless they design every single endgame activity to have a challenge bonus. And that would be boring if every single endgame activity is designed to have a challenge bonus, because first it's called challenge bonus and the Fazir has challenges, and it makes sense. But yeah, this challenge bonus, the thing I fear the most is happening. Worst thing they could do to the game. Pretty seriously broken. And you have to completely disenchant. You can't just disenchant just a single SWAT. It's still weaker than my other one. It's still weaker. I wanna test something though. .6, 8.4. This is just straight up broken, the way they're handling this. Broken, boring, and they're crippling any future endgame activities they add. By either having to add the same system in any future endgame activity, or by just making sure that any future endgame activity is not gonna give you those strong items. If they don't add the same system, and people wouldn't want to do it. Basically the worst thing I've seen happen to this game ever since the alpha phase was this power creep system. The way it's designed right now to work outside of the Fazir dungeon. In general, it's not good to tie power creep to items. It's just a shitty idea to tie power creep to items. In fact, it's the worst thing you can tie your power creep to. But yeah, I'm assuming if they add new endgame activities, they're not gonna have challenges and they're not gonna have challenge bonus. And the items you get there would be pretty much worthless compared to the ones that have a challenge bonus from the Fazier. And people would just not have anything motivating them to do other activities than the Fazier, which is definitely the opposite of what they would want to achieve if they add new endgame activities, such as the secret level, for example. And people were doing fine and doing max level Fazier before the power creep was added into the game, so it's definitely not necessary, and people with the right builds can reach max level without this unnecessary bonus that makes everything overpowered. That's guys, at max level of the Fazier you're getting 118% stat increase. 118% stat increase. This is just straight up broken. If it's 5% per level, it should be 118 at max. 0.5, I mean. If it's 0.5, I counted it, calculated it the other day, and it should be 118 at Fazier 251. Come on. But yeah, the worst thing is that this bonus from now on would have to exist in every single endgame activity they add to the game, if they want to keep things balanced, if they want people doing their other activities. If they don't want people doing other activities and just to do the Fazier, then something's wrong with the whole ideology of why design new things then. For now, when we only have the Fazier, this fits and this is good and people would love it if they don't think about the future of the game. If they only care about right now getting overpowered and one-shotting things. But if you think about the future and how bad this is, and you're gonna realize that that's terrible idea. Power creep tied to items. Wilson suffers from the same problem. Once they add new endgame activities, if they ever add new endgame activities in Wilson, people would realize that they would need to still do high-level expeditions to get those strong items, and that anything that drops outside of the expedition in the new content would not be worth it. The same problem, that power creep. They kind of crippled themselves the same way Torchlight is creeping themselves now with such a terrible design of tying power creep to items. In fact, I won't be surprised if the reason why Wilson didn't add for 10 months at least a single endgame activity was probably due to that reason, that their whole itemization is crippled by the power creep, and if they were to add new endgame, it would have to do something with the levels of expeditions, the same way they did with the boss rushes, the maps and stuff like that. So that's probably why they didn't add actual new content, actual new endgame activities, probably. But yeah, Wilson had 10 months. They didn't add a single new endgame activity. Torchlight 3 has already added one secret area. How viable the items that drop there are remains to be seen compared to the fuzzier items. But at least they've added in 2 months after launch one new activity. And the sizes of the dev teams of both games are pretty much similar, with small differences, I guess. Okay, let's go punish that boss. Thank Deo. How am I doing with the contract rewards? I've got 4 unclaimed. Some more unclaimed. Let's see. Snow Globe. Gear bundle. Does the reward from the gear bundle give me... Oh, the reward from the gear bundle actually gave me the challenge bonus. So you can collect contract bundles while inside of Fuzzier dungeon, and it's gonna benefit from the challenge bonus, the items that drop from it. That's kind of broken as well. But yeah, people have posted screenshots of items with 3 sockets already, which again, pretty broken. I mean, I miss the times when I had triple socketed legendaries, when back in the alpha, when they first started the enchanting system. Legendaries had up to 3 sockets, blue had 2, and so on. But then they quickly changed it. So now the question is, where do I put the last remaining points? I mean, there are a few ways I can go on about it. One would be getting that relic stuff. Another one would be this extra block chance increase. Another thing I could do would be getting Energizer. And probably for now I'm gonna go Energizer 3 points. Energizer 3 points might be a good way to spend those remaining skill points. Let's see, a gauntlet. Oh, a gauntlet map. Let's do it. That's a lot of XP, a gauntlet map. Let's check it. And it's goblins. Gauntlet and goblins, good combination. Is it a forest or what's it gonna be? Seeing the Act 1 loading screen. Oh, it's a cavern. Cackling cavern. Over here. Over here. Over here. Over there. Over there. Wait, did I keep them knocked back or something? Oh, this map is gonna be a little bit waggy with the FPS due to the response, but that's gonna be good XP. Guaranteed good XP on this map design, map level. Look at how many enemies were here. Boom, one shot, almost all of them dead. One of the best maps for leveling up you can get as a gauntlet. Act 1 cave layout. It's a little bit annoying when you're going back and forth from one point to another, but the amount of density is off the charts in those maps. Over there. Okay, here. Okay, here. I can't open the chest, obviously I can't, because it spawned too close to the portal. See, this shouldn't happen, your portal spawning next to the chest. I wonder if I can stay in this map until the next level. Before I get bored. Normally I get bored in gauntlet maps and eventually leave. If you don't leave and stay for long enough, the map would start wagging like crazy. If you stay for like 10,000 XP worth of kills, you're gonna see how at one point the map just starts wagging more and more and more. until it becomes unbearable and you just have to leave it. But that's how it is. I think there's something maybe with garbage collection when you're killing a lot of enemies. Maybe there's some residue, and the more you end up killing in the map, the more it gets overwhelmed or whatever. I'm not sure how the game is handling certain things. But it only happens on gauntlet maps, and only if you kill 10,000 XP worth the monsters. Or 6, 7, 8,000 XP worth the monsters at least. Most people probably get bored before they reach this number of XP in a single map. Because that's a lot of enemies killed. Even you know, on a map with endless respawns, that's probably over an hour of grinding in the same map. Okay. And there's gotta be some more here. Over here, yeah, those ones. There we go. Alright. Halfway there with the level. Come on. Spawn some more. Oh, look at how many they spawned here. Did they make the respawning quicker? If they did, pretty happy about it. They haven't respawned here. Maybe we need to go this way. We gotta constantly be on the lookout where the spawners moved, where the active spawners are, because not every spawner on the map is active at the same time in gauntlet maps. Obviously, for performance reasons, it's needed to be that way. Oh, nice. I really need to gear this forged up quickly today, so not sure if spending my time in gauntlet maps is the best way to gear up. But for XP it's definitely the best. Okay, okay. I'm probably gonna stay in this map until 59 and then leave it. I don't want to stay on this map until the end for sure. So 2 more 1000 XP and then we're good. The final 6000 XP would be tough for the next level. So hopefully we get some dividing maps maybe. Okay, there we go. They started respawning already, nice. We gotta ride the wave. Ride the wave of respawns. You've already spawned here, nice. Alright, what's next? Maybe this way. Like this. Okay. Well, hopefully it's over there where I'm going. Oh, there we go, it's here. This boring grind for XP. Come on, come on. Spawn faster, spawn faster. Any more respawns here? Okay, they're no longer respawning here. Come on, come on. Over here, boom. Getting close, 700 more XP, come on. 700 more XP, and then I'm gonna leave the map and to do some other ones. Here. Boom. And another boom. $500 XP. I'm gonna start making my way towards the portal. And to get the final 500 XP around that portal maybe. Okay, here we go. So many kills. If only there was a kill counter where I can see how many I've killed for a certain map, for the duration of a certain map. Nice. Alright, let's leave this map. One more level left only. I wonder if they removed Echoes of Life, because most likely I can use Echoes of Life instead of Dance of Death. It seems like a better option for this build. Although, if I were to remove that 1 point and put 2 more points here for the bleeding would synergize nicely with Rupture. So it could be nice. I'm not sure Rupture goes well with Bloodseeker's builds. Rupture goes well with Bloodseeker's builds only if you have bleeding chance on something, on weapon, shield, gloves. If you have that bleeding somewhere. I mean, yeah, I do have Bloodletter and it does help, but more bleeding is needed than just Bloodletter to make the most out of Rupture. Oh, I've got sockets here. Roger Rome.
Your pet has returned.
Let's do Roger Rome. I think that was the jumpy zombie. Was it the jumpy zombie? I think it was. I think it was the electric jumping zombie. That was a quick one. Bonus fire damage. Yeah, I'm not gonna grab it. Oh, we're starting the Plague Bearers. That's gonna be a bit boring. Job Worker is back and says, have you considered using the Mountain King hatch in Legendarium? Yes, I've considered using it. In many builds it's good, but it's only good if you're using the skill. It's only good if you're using that skill, if you're doing a Mayhem skill build. For example, if I'm not using Spinning Blade, then what's the point of using the Mountain King hatch? I'm not gonna be able to proc it, to auto cast it without without that skill. As you can see, where did it go? It requires spinning blade, and it's just not for builds that are not using that skill. But if you're using spinning blade, sword smash, what else was there? Venomous maw, chaotic strikes. It's good. It's amazing. You can still use sonic pulse, but you don't have to, because it's gonna be 100% auto cast. I mean, you're still gonna have to level it up to make sure it's casting upgraded version, to constantly increase your damage of the steam spending skills. Although if you're not using steam spending skills and you're just using chaotic strikes, for example, or sword smash, then you don't even need to put it all the way to tier 3 if you don't rely on the steam skill for damage. Although you should, because the steam skills can do shit tons of damage. All of them have super good DPS capacity potential. But yeah, it's you're still gonna have to level it up. You can just remove it from your skill bar and auto cast it with the appropriate skill. Builds like those are actually pretty fun to do. I call them mayhem skills, mayhem builds, because the Egg of Mayhem is another item you really want when using such skills. So Egg of Mayhem and Mountain King Hatch, those two things are what you want on builds with Spinning Blade, Sword Smash, Venomous Maw, Frost Blast, and what was the other one? Chaotic Strikes. Obviously you don't have to level it up, but if you level it up, you're gonna get a huge DPS increase for your steam skills. If you don't rely on your steam skills for damage, definitely don't level it up, because it's gonna be a waste. But you want at least maybe the stun. The stun is good to have at least that one. But even as a one pointer, it's decent. Even as a one pointer, it's a decent skill. I can't see a build without Sonic Pulse though. Regardless whether it's autocast or not, you definitely want that in the build, because it just increases your DPS by a big number. You do generate steam from venting. Yes, you can generate steam with the great sword as well. With this one, the Raging Beater. The Raging Beater can generate steam as well. So if you're above 75 heat, you can vent all heat and do 200% weapon damage when you start and stop moving with ramming robot. So 200% weapon damage here and 200% weapon damage here. And you vent all your heat if it's over 75, and you generate equal amount of steam. The patch notes are saying that that's how it works. I've not tested it, but I can test it right now. Let me test it. Just a moment. Let's see if it really works the way it's supposed to. Yeah, it did vent and it did generate heat. Let's waste my heat just to see, and let's waste my steam. So it did vent the steam, and it did seem to generate. I did vent the heat and it did seem to generate steam. Let's see again. Yep. Does it exactly as it's supposed to. Pretty nice. So you can even make a build around this with more charges, such as and there's that one item, what was it, the Wanderer's Hood or Quicksilver, I can't remember which one of them. One of those gives you an extra charge for that, and you can have 4 charges of the skill. And you can use that for venting instead of using something else. Instead of using Vortex Bomb. But Vortex Bomb is amazing because it gives you defense. Even on ranged builds, I prefer Vortex Bomb for venting compared to Cold Launch. Because that defense really is amazing. Let's see where I haven't been. That way there. You don't get what? What's hard to understand? You use venting skills to generate steam by venting the heat. You use heat builders to build heat. So right now I'm using Cyclone mode to generate heat. When my heat is maxed out, I can use vent Vortex Bomb. And I get rid of my heat. And I get rid of my heat and I generate steam equal to the number of heat I vented. And with the Mountain King wheels, when I vent, I get 50 heat back. 25 plus 25. So if I vent 100, I will still be at 50. See, it goes down to 0 and then immediately to 50. And the amount of heat you generate and the amount of heat you vent is the amount of steam you would get. So if I'm at 0 steam and I have 100 heat, just want to make sure the steam is at 0 to show you. Okay, I don't have enough steam. So, see, my steam is... it doesn't show you the number, which is broken. It still shows you just the heat. But you're gonna see it's almost at the bottom. And if I vent now at 64, it's not gonna give me full. It only gave me 64. 64... what's it called? 64 steam. Okay, there we go. Man Benitez says, does your whose drapes? Whose drapes? Interesting question. I'm not sure how to answer this question. It's like like touche. It's definitely impossible to answer such a question. I don't even know what drapes is. I have to Google what drapes is, to be honest. I'm assuming it means quotes. Although my forge doesn't seem to be wearing any such. So I'm not sure how that relates to my forged as well. And do forged have mothers though? Do the forged characters have mothers? If they were invented by someone, I guess if the inventor was female, maybe they do have mothers. Otherwise, they don't. It depends. Where's the damn boss? It's gotta be somewhere. Oh, there we go, maybe. No, that's not it. I'm just wondering where that boss is, and there's one big part of the map I've not been to. Maybe it's hiding there. Actually, maybe let's go here. This way, and then I think it's over here somewhere where the boss is. Yeah, I can see the question mark now. Okay, let's see now. Okay. Let's keep checking how much more XP do we need. Probably halfway there, or 40% there to the next level. It's getting boring, this leveling. Yeah, halfway there, even more than halfway there. This terrible overpowered power creep. It's just ruining the game. It really is ruining the game for me, this power creep.
Your pet has arrived.
Let's get rid of some recipes. Okay, 1 or 2 more maps and I should be 60.
I mean, what could go wrong? Boy, that brings...
Let's do blazing. I need some water, so just a moment. It's taking a while to load up, isn't it? Oh, it finally did. It was stuck. The zone controller was taking a break. Once I reach level 60, we are switching to ridiculous to farm fame. Because I want to get all those contract levels on the live server as well. For the new contract. There we go. Boom. What is the quest here? Killing spiders and finding the webs. Now I've got 2 more webs to find. Okay. Go on. Reaping Reaper says, hello, how are you? How are you, Reaping Reaper? Welcome back. I'm fine myself. Trying to hit level 60 and then start some farming. Not getting much work, but we'll see, maybe on ridiculous things will change. Haven't gotten any good drops recently. I was getting a lot of good drops until level 50-ish. 54, 55 I think. Yesterday. But yeah, I'm trying to replace what am I trying to replace? This thing, and maybe get some winter weave items. I really want winter weave items. They might have made the drop rates of winter weave super rare. Haven't gotten a single one so far. I've gotten one ancient ember, but it was what level was it? 51. And that's the only ancient ember I've gotten since they added those items on this account. So hopefully it drops a little bit more often now. At least they increased the drop rates of the Mountain King item and all other class items for when you're playing that specific class. At least those drop a bit more often, so you can get your extra skill points and things like that. Mountain King helmet is what I'm looking for right now. I really need one, so I can remove the one I'm using in the Legendarium. Then where are those webs? I found the third web, I haven't found the first and second. Normally they're next to each other, so let's visit all the places I've been to. So I started here, then I cleared out those places here. Then I moved this way, I think. No webs here. And I have to go through the whole map looking for those webs. I'm gonna zigzag it, left, right, left, right. Okay, we see them. One here. And then one there. And let's go back to the boss fight now. Okay, this map's done. Probably one more to 60 or two, depends on the size of the map. To get a break from the tedium of eternity, eh? XMEX says, did you find the secret? No, I can't find the secret level because it would be unfair if I know how to access it. That's the thing. The developers have told us how to access the level, and they told us not to show it to people until they find it out themselves. So yeah, if someone has already made the information public, sure, I would show it. Until that information is made public by someone who figured out how to reach it, what to do, what to click, what to press, etc. If someone has figured it out, sure, I will definitely make a video about it. I will definitely start playing it on my streams. Right now I can't play it on my streams because I don't want to. I mean, we've promised not to show it to people until they figure it out. And I've not played it. I've not even... I personally don't want to play it until I can stream it. So I've never been there, I've never seen it, even though I know how to access it. So, come on guys, think more. Think more and figure out how to reach the secret zone, the new secret zone. Someone found it last night? Who? Who found it last night and how? If someone tells me how to access it now, I can officially show it to you. I hope it's not one of those people in the secret group that were given the information early. But see, someone can tell another person in private chat, hey, that's how you find it, pretend you found it on yourself. So you actually know it. You actually know that you have to click a bunch of times on something. Well, if you walk me through all the steps officially, I would be able to show it. But yeah, let me just check it now myself. If it has been found, I can make a video about it tomorrow. Just a moment. I'm gonna go to the secret group and since it has been found. Just looking up where it's found. Shit, that's pretty far. Still trying to find the official description, the official explanation how to reach it. Okay, let's show it then. If someone has found it, I can show it. Where was that buffalo? Buffalo? Is that the buffalo? That's not the buffalo. Is that the buffalo? I've never done it. I didn't want to do it until people figured it out themselves. It's supposed to be a buffer warp. I'm not sure what is a buffer warp. Buffer warp. And then training dummies.
Mr. Kinnick, while we appreciate the danger of entering the goblin
Buffer warp.
homeland, our
What the fuck is a
team
buffer
must
warp?
take this risk into account.
Buffer warp.
We will not authorize additional gold.
It's probably near the training dummies. It's gotta be near the training dummies.
Find work elsewhere if it's not enough. I hear the
The
merchant
question is, where were the training dummies? No, it doesn't say buffer. I know what a buffer is, but it says buffer warp, like envelope and buffer, like combining the two words, buffer and envelope. But it's probably this one. Maybe it's just misspelled. It was typed buffer warp. What's the item code? I can't find it. So thankfully someone reviewed it quickly. It's very suspicious for someone to have found this quickly.
This place, it is so small. You'll need a map.
All right, let's show you.
I need money.
I'm gonna make a video about this tomorrow. So it was probably misspelled when I didn't find it officially posted, but you told me. You just told me how to do it. That I have to click 20 times. So if someone has posted it, if someone posted it and it's officially out there, then it doesn't matter whether you told me or not. Because if it's already reviewed, if the cat's out of the bag, it means I can do it. You saw it on a stream. If it's already out there publicly on a stream, on a video, whatever, I just hope it's not someone from that secret group that was given this information for testing purposes that leaked it. I won't be surprised if someone leaked it to a friend of theirs or something, so that they can do it. But I mean, if it's already leaked, that means I can stream it and I can do it myself too. Alpaca queen with a halberd. Nice, nice. It's a good level, but see, the gear you get from this level is worth shit. It's worthless. With the power creep of Fuzzier items, you're not gonna get this power creep here, are you? Unless you are getting, yeah, you're not getting power creep in the things here, so it's pretty much pointless unless you're doing it for fun or just to unlock items for the legendarium. If they remove the power grip, doing this level would actually be worth it. Because the items you can get would be equally strong as the items from the Fuzzier. At least it's something we can do with our legendary essences with this vendor. Well, We'll see. Even if they're really good items, I doubt they're gonna be better than the items you get in the Fazir. Because again, with the Fazir you can get up to 118% stronger items. 118% stronger items at Fazir 251. This is overpowered. No matter how you look at it, it's super overpowered. Compared to any other items from any other content that doesn't give you that 118%. An item has to be twice as strong to be able to compete, and even then it's still gonna be weaker. So right now my desire to do this content is 0, because the rewards from this content would not be worth it unless there's something I'm missing. Until they remove the power creep that's in the Fazir, or rework it to not be tied to items but rather be buffs, affixes for the player or something like that. Until then, doing any other content would be pointless, other than just for fun. So this level is just a fun level at the moment. Just an Easter egg fun level. In fact, hopefully on Ridiculous there's more of those. I'm gonna do another one on Ridiculous. Hopefully there's more champions. There's gotta be more champions if I do it on Ridiculous. But it's good to level up. It's a good place to level up. I can give them that for leveling up. This is perfect probably. It's just one circular around map. My favorite types of maps to do are those. Alright, let's go to Ridiculous, I guess. But what's there? What's over there? Was that all? Is there no exit other than where I came from? There is no big boss, just the queen. I think this needs improvements, but it's nice. For a first edition of the first version of the level, it's pretty nice. But maybe it needs more improvements. I have to test it on Ridiculous to see, and I will right now. One thing's for sure, I got zero good stuff here. Alright, let's switch to Ridiculous now. Sell those items.
Can I offer you to see you next time?
But yeah, it's nice. It gives us something to do with our essences. I still think we need a re-roll system for the spectacles, and not for the spectacles, for the legendary essence. I still think we could use a system that allows us to re-roll our affixes. My defense is not up to speed for Ridiculous though. My defense is pretty bad. But it definitely feels better doing this on Ridiculous. There's more champs. I wonder what happens if you die, whether you can come back. Probably you can't, and you have to use a new portal and make a new level. Drops a lot of Wifebound scrolls, apparently. So now the question is, do I need level 3 Energizer or do I need level 3 Dance of Death more? Probably Dance of Death would be the better option in the long run. Okay. So they've named the buffaloes in this game Buffalopes. Which is pretty weird. It's pretty weird, but okay, it makes sense. It's like between an antelope and a buffalo. Buffalope. I wanna see a buffalope pet, a mini buffalope pet. And a buffalope, maybe a buffalope enemy. But yeah, okay, tomorrow I can make a short 1-2 minute guide or 5-minute guide about this, because I want to show some gameplay as well. Showing people how to access it. I'm not gonna use my forged though, because it's not good with the gear. Although it depends, if by the end of today I get this one geared up, I can probably do the recording with it. But it's good to know that the cat's out of the bag, that someone streamed this yesterday, so I can show it today. I was expecting for it to take at least 1 or 2 months for someone to figure it out. So it either was a leak by someone, or someone is super smart and managed to figure this out on their own. But again, those items you get here are not gonna be better than Fazier items. Oh, they didn't stream it, someone in the stream talked about it. If someone in the stream talked about it, it's still the same. It means the secret is out there in the open. That someone has figured it out and talked about it in the open. All that matters is that the secret is the cat's out of the bag, meaning I can stream this without getting myself in trouble. I only wish I had my camera switched on so you could see my reactions. But at least you heard them. Again, this whole power creep ruins that whole level for me. For anything else than just fun farming for useless items. But I definitely appreciate that it took them 2 months after launch to add something like this. Only 2 months to add a secret level, additional endgame activity, and you can even use it pre-endgame to farm XP, for example. So it's not even necessary to be max level or to be level 46, as far as I know, to access this. But yeah, the people who were asking about this the other day would be happy to find out that it's the cat's out of the bag. If it wasn't too late here, I would have made the video now. But yeah. Yeah, I'm not gonna do any more of those levels today. Maybe tomorrow I can do more of those. For now I need to go back to the Fazir and farm some items, some Mountain King items and things like that. And Winter Weave items. That's what I need the most right now, Mountain King and Winter Weave set items. And I also need to farm Fame for the winter contract on Vox. Okay, that's this level done. More of it later. For now, enough alpaca stuff. But thanks very much the XMEX for telling me about this, about the information being already out there in the open. Really have been eager to test this level. And I was waiting for people to reveal the info before I test it myself. I think I got disconnected. I'm also curious how it first got discovered, whether someone leaked the information or whether someone really actually managed to find it themselves. I mean, it's something that it's very specific for someone to find this on themselves by themselves, to click 20 times on a stupid buffalo and then to click on the mud pile. Like, who even thinks of testing something like that themselves and discovers it? He was probably clicking on every single thing a bunch of times in the town until he found it, or she, whomever that person is. Blazing map. A blazing map? What would a blazing map give me? Or a venomous or voltaic map?
I'll be seeing you soon. Oh yes, potions. I've got those.
A blazing map, eh?
Is
Gotta be fun.
potions for you? Potions for your little friend? See you next time.
But XMEX, if you don't have the game and you're interested in playing the game, on Christmas, the 24th, 25th, and on Boxing Day, the 26th, I will be giving away a key each day. The devs supplied me with 3 keys to give away, and I've decided to give them in those 3 days: the 23rd, the 24th, the 25th, and the 26th, not the 23rd. So Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, and Boxing Day, on those days, I will be giving away a key, Steam key for Torchlight 3 as a gleam. So anyone, regardless whether you're on Steam, not on Steam, whether you're on Twitch or on YouTube, you would be able to join without needing to subscribe or anything like that. Just a follow, whatever the most basic action that Gleam requires me to do, and my viewers to do is. So yeah, to those of you who need a copy of the game and can't buy it right now, well, maybe you can get lucky in a few days. Cranked or Siege? I'm gonna go with the Hiveit. But yeah, it was kind of I don't know. It's harsh to say disappointing, but it didn't live up to my expectations. But keep in mind, it's their very first version of this secret level. They probably would improve it as time goes. It didn't justify sacrificing 5 legendary items worth of essences to get inside this dungeon. I mean, if you're sacrificing the essences of 5 legendary items, you expect to at least get 1 legendary item every time you go in there. Ideally more than 1. So drop wise it's disappointing. Otherwise it seems nice. Would be nice if the queen always drops one legendary. Okay. I love missions like this. Q Hive it. Simple, straightforward. Makes it so that you still have to do something and kill some enemies before you can move on to the boss room. But at least there's no way that you can fail this, especially when Hive it is the main monster in the map. The main monster type. Come on, come on. There we go. Come on, come on. Let's keep pushing a little bit further. I'm not one that wants to push the Fazir all the way to the end. I never will reach Fazir 251 because it's just grindy and boring. But probably around 30-40 maybe I can reach with this hero. Just to unlock some more options to look for better mods. When farming. Okay, there we go. So what dropped? Wood Beast chest, which I definitely don't need. But damage with servo driven uppercut, I'm gonna save it, but the problem is it gives me 0 defense. And all that HP, it's not gonna do much for me. This one is pretty strong though, for a one-handed. This one is also pretty strong for one-handed. So we did get at least new weapons. A spare one. And a main one. Let's go socket. How much fame did I get? Maybe 2-3 levels of the contract. Actually, this contract takes 1,000, so probably just 1 or 2 max from this level.
Your pet has arrived.
I need defense badly.
Your pet has
What should I place and where? Okay. Let's do the next one. Actually, before I do that, I need a quick break for a piece. So I'm gonna do the BRB screen. Yeah, I still don't think someone managed to figure out this alpaca level by themselves. Because if the person said 20 times, if he used exactly this number 20 times, it's super suspicious. How would they know you have to click exactly 20 times? Did he count every single time he clicked, or did he just pump it multiple times? Most people would just keep pressing multiple times and then try clicking on the other thing or something like that. And how did he know he had to only click on the buffer wall before clicking on the mount? It smells very suspiciously, that whole thing, how it got revealed, how someone discovered it. It's probably a leak of a sort. That secret alpaca level. As otherwise someone must have tried clicking one time, clicking on the other thing, clicking a second time, clicking on the other thing. And how would he know that it's not a sequence of clicking once on one thing, clicking once on the other thing, and just taking turns? I mean, how did the person confirm it has to be clicked 20 times? Unless it's someone data mining the code of the game. And there are people who data mine the game, and there's a bunch of them doing it. So it's either a leak or a data mine. I don't think someone found it by themselves by accident and managed to deduct it has to be exactly 20 times that you click on the buffer wall. It just smells fishy from miles. If it's a data mine, then it's legit, then it's fine.
Oh boy. I could do that.
Your pet
What's that the...
Come on, game. Drop me some good items. I really need those set items.
you can't use that skill. It's a trap.
Come on. $747k damage. Not bad. I don't have a single item that gives me, as far as I remember, servo Not servo, uppercut damage. Yeah, not a single item with uppercut damage. Yet I'm already doing on ridiculous versus regular enemies, close to 800k. But my weapon is 9000 damage weapon, so that's also a big deal. Can obviously go over 10k, maybe 11, 12k. In fact, I think you can get 3 or 4 sockets maybe when it's maxed out. Definitely 3 sockets should be achievable. 4 sockets probably not. At least not on a blue item. But I think that's a bug as well. I don't think they intended for the sockets to increase in numbers. So yeah, pretty broken power creep system. The most broken I've seen the game be in regards to overpowered items. But it should be easy to disable this. To just, if they decide to remove it, to just tell the game to not give those items the extra challenge bonus to item stats. But what do you do when it has extra sockets? Which socket gets removed? The one at the top, the one at the bottom? Alright, there we go. I need to find a unique map to run. Okay, still not getting much legendary drops. This one's not bad, but it's a focus. But yeah, if you want extra damage, an easy way to get some.
Your pet is back.
How many contract levels did I get? 4. Not bad. Wait, what pet skills am I using? Okay, the ones I wanted to.
What could go wrong?
Gearwalkie. Let's do Gearwalkie. Now. Okay, let's keep moving. I'm liking the damage of the uppercut, but again, I need to test it with a shittier weapon. This weapon is just a bit too good to compare it to what I've seen on the other setups on the test realm with shitty weapons. But on the test realm I did have close to 100% damage on the other skills from my shoulder, chest and locomotion. For something on a 4-second cooldown, it doesn't seem like it does amazing damage, but it does very good damage. But I still think pressure shot is better for damage per second. Maybe this one would do more damage than pressure shot as weapon damage per hit. But it only hits every 4 seconds. Although it can hit multiple times a single enemy, from what I'm seeing, if it's a big enemy. Just wondering how high I can push the damage of this with a mediocre non-power creep weapon. Non-power creep weapon, and with non-power creep items, increasing the damage of the uppercut. But if I want non-power creep items, I'm gonna have to farm. I'm gonna have to farm different content if I don't want cheat items. Yeah, whenever there's leveling up a certain hero for the first time on my account and I don't have items to transfer from the outs, it's gonna take a while. It's gonna take a while before this is geared up with the set pieces I need at the level I need them to be. This one's pretty solid. $11K, not bad. Boom. Come on. There we go. Where's the fame? Okay, dropped. Let's go in the portal. There. Come on. Vote, vote, vote. There we go. Oh, it's been dropping a lot of junk.
Your pet has returned.
And how are we doing with the contract? 22. Okay, 26. And Trainee V2 says, "Hey man, long time. Hope you are doing well." Thank you very much. Hope you're doing well as well. How have you been? Nice seeing you again. If I'm open to a partner to toss you an invite, Trainee V2. Wait, do I have you in my friends list? Let's see. I don't think I have you in my friends list, so you says Trainee V2. Okay. So you wanna just run the maps I'm running? The dungeon maps I'm running, I'm assuming.
Sweet. I just finished tightening up the graphics on that level.
Gear or faster clearing? Do we want more damage or do we want gear work?
Wouldn't have been mine.
Maybe we all need gear work right now.
Limbs inside the portal, please.
Although monster queue is amazing when you're not farming, when you're just pushing and you don't care about the drops. Monster queue is such a good DPS increase. Alright, I've accepted your request, or at least I think so.
Repaired.
And thank you for the subscribe, second month in a row. Thank you very much for the sub, right in the feels. And his message says, let me read it. The message says, I was waiting for the patch to come out before playing again. Haha, yeah. I think a lot of people were waiting for this patch, especially people who wanted to play forged heroes. There's good things. There's a lot of good things with the patch. The only thing I'm not a big fan of is this this power creep system. It feels like it's breaking a lot of the balance in the game. Let's say all of the balance in the game is getting broken with that. So you can teleport to me, you can use Z or whatever your hotkey is, and you can teleport to me without needing to go to my fort to join me. Oh, you've reached max stage? We can farm max stage if you want. I don't mind going to max stage and for you to host the stages. If you wanna farm 251 Fazir levels, I wouldn't mind farming those with you. If the gear over here is too low level for you, obviously, it would be better if you just do the stronger ones for you. For me it doesn't matter, because I hope they remove this power creep, to be honest. Or rework it and rebalance it. I don't need my level up. Honestly, I don't play this game for the Fazir. The Fazir is the most boring part of the game for me. And it's the most disappointing part of the game for me in the Fazir's dungeon. And the way it's done. So I don't enjoy doing it. I'm only doing it because there's nothing else to do. That's why I'm doing it, because I can't buy Mapworks maps. If I could buy Mapworks scrolls from the map vendor that we used to have before, I would be doing that. Before we could buy maps, green maps were 500 gold, white maps were 250. That was much more fun for me to do. But the old Mapworks was different. The old Mapworks actually had affixes, negative and positive affixes, before the Fazir existed. Exactly, there's no point to farm anywhere other than the Fazir. Even the secret alpaca level is kind of pointless to run. Because the gear you get in the Fazir now is the best gear, and it's so strong that it makes the content trivial. If you get the level 251 items, you're gonna have this is a big mistake on their end. This is probably the biggest mistake they've made throughout the development of this game, adding this power creep. The game was pretty fine without it. It was definitely not needed, and now it just it's making it more boring to do Fazir than before. It has the opposite effect they expected, at least on me. When I see something this broken, I have less and less motivation to do that content. Especially when they're planning on adding new content. I said it multiple times today. Any type of new content they add would either be dead on arrival because it's not gonna have the bonuses the Fazir gives you, or it would have to get the bonuses Fazir gives to make it worth it. By the way, how does Entropy feel now? Now that they've removed the mana cost increase of Entropy. See, it's very difficult to scale all endgame maps. Power creep can be done much better. I gave ideas about how to do it better already. To not tie it to items. The biggest mistake is tying the power creep to items instead of just giving you buffs. The same way Fazir gives you Gear Waki and Berserking and Plague Bearer and double health, things like that, but for you. Just being able to choose which ones of those buffs you get with yourself inside of the map, under the form of like a legendarium. I said it yesterday. If it's like a legendarium, where you just unlock different buffs and then you have a limited amount of slots for buffs, and then choose the buffs you want and take those buffs with you inside the map when you start it, and when you change your build you would change the buffs you're taking with you. For example, if you're going for ice damage, you might want to get ice damage buff. If you're going for physical, you might go and get a physical buff, or you might want to get crit chance or crit damage, or you might want to get movement speed, things like those. It's not gonna break the game in the same way this system right now breaks it. And it's only gonna be contained within the Fazir, so any items you get from other places would still be valuable. Because think of the future content the game adds, all of it would have to have those bonuses, or it's gonna be dead on arrival if it doesn't have those extra Fazir bonuses from now on. And then how do you handle content that doesn't have multiple stages, such as the alpaca level? How do you give those bonuses to the alpaca level, for example, with the current system? And even if the power creep was only while inside the Fazir, which is how it should have been if they wanted such a system, even if I didn't get that extra socket and I didn't get those extra stats when doing the other content types, you would still want those items, because the other content types wouldn't be worth it in the Fazir when you know you have stronger options. So in general, it's a big mistake, this thing, the biggest ever, handling it in such a way. Alright, if you want, we can do level 251 stuff. Just let me know when to teleport. I don't mind it. Any level you want, whatever level you want to do, we can do it. I don't mind. I don't mind any. Okay, what should I do? Should I go and transmog in the meantime? Play around with the transmogs.
Your pet has returned.
Look at the bug. Yeah, for 2 months you farmed for a one-handed weapon with base damage about 8k and then 1251 and then 3-socketed 13k base damage weapon. It's silly. It's just silly. And they're thinking of removing the flat damages from weapons, which is another silly thing, which is not gonna solve much, to be honest. Alright, well, when you're ready, let me know and I can enter. I can teleport to you.
It's a fine time to die.
PSN Hive-It, okay.
You can't cast that.
My damage is definitely not great right now, but it's fine. It's not terrible. Oh, you're doing Keg of Mayhem build. Interesting. Where did it go? Are you on a Bane build or on what build are you? Maybe Electrode. Oh yeah, it's Electrode. Or maybe Bane, because I'm seeing spiders more than the Whitenings. So it's gotta be a Bane. Bane Summoner build, eh? Venomous Maw Bane build with Yeg of Mayhem. Pretty nice. You wanted to do a crazy minion pet build to find out Puss Pet anything is not the same as your minions. Oh yeah. Puss Pet is only for the pet. That's why it says pet and not minion. Because minions are not pets and pets are not minions. Damn, this guy is knocking me back so much. I really need knockback immunity in this game. For melee builds and other things like that.
You can't use that skill. You can't cast that here. That spell cannot be cast. You can't cast that here. You can't cast that. You can't cast that. You can't cast that here. 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 You can't
Okay, boss time. Boss time.
You can't use that skill.
Yeah, Consecration has always been like that. Minions count as allies. Minions count as allies, and Spirit Well can buff you. But there's a limit of how many bonuses from allies you can get, unless they remove the limit. There's a limit of how many minions standing in the circle would give you that extra bonus damage. Yeah, 15% 5 stacks, so it hasn't changed. 5 stacks of 15%, which is super decent when you combine this with Harmonic Form. It's shit tons of damage. And with the Bane, you can get a ton of defense. You can get defense from Miasma, you can get defense from Poison Nova. You can just stand in one place, and with Consecration you can even try and heal. And if you have the beam that keeps healing you with that legendary item, you can just heal with Consecration, you can heal with the beam. Although the beam is not gonna be that great DPS, but with the current extra damage you can get from items, I guess it is a great DPS. Let's go in. Right now, for example, you still have the stacks. Well, you might have the stacks visually, but maybe not on the back end. Maybe on the back end your damage is actually not boosted. I need to go on Disc Mage to test it myself. It's easy to tell whether you have the stacks or not based on how much damage you get. If you check your stats, if you check the damage here and if you check the damage on the skill itself, you would know. So the monster HP doesn't stop at 280% anymore, it goes to 707% monster HP. Pretty boring, bullet sponges. I think they might not have fixed the bug where the defense goes down after 68%. The patch note said it fixed it, but I don't think it did. I just don't think it did.
Your health is low.
Oh shit! I was watching at my inventory. Didn't know there were enemies alive, and I was checking my inventory. Okay, let's grab a weapon, any weapon. So 59. $70. Okay. You have 75 electric and 73 fire. Okay, that's nice. Physical doesn't go above 64%. Well, okay, that's interesting. Yeah, without enough damage, this is kind of silly to do. Oh, you're in a different map than me. I didn't know. I'm still in the old map. I'm in the old map. I'm in the map where I died.
We can't cast that spell here. That spell can't be cast. That spell cannot.
Wait, we can't cast a portal? Oh shit, I can't cast a portal here. Well, I'm gonna have to die again. Oh, you're still here? It tells me that you're in a hatchery of buzzing things. And I'm in a bog of grime. So we are in different maps. Oh, I have to go to character selection. There's no way to exit other than dying. But this seems boring. This seems super boring. The time it takes to kill stuff, it's not fun. Oh yeah, I forgot. I should have exited from the entry. I don't see a point of farming stronger items just so I can do the stronger content. It's just not the right way to handle the Fuzzier, to make the Fuzzier this much difficult and to give you those overpowered items to be able to run the Fuzzier reasonably quick. I don't see a point. This is artificially prolonging the time it takes to do something. It's like grasping at straws in trying to retain your player base desperately. Very, very desperate move. Increasing the HP of the enemies and increasing the items with this power creep. Alright, let's try and teleport to you now. Well, cause developers don't like listening to gamers much. It's something to do with their ego as developers, maybe. It's hard to admit that you did something wrong sometimes. But the developers in Torchlight 3 have listened to the community a lot, and they have admitted when they've done something wrong, and they've reverted some changes, they've changed some things. So they do listen, they just can't wave the magic stick and fix things in a second It takes a while to fix certain things, it takes a while to rework certain things. They listened to us when we didn't like the skill systems, they listened to us when we didn't like the relic systems, they listened when we didn't like the item drops, they listened when we didn't like the forged and reworked it. So it's not like they're not listening. But yeah, some things are just boring, and I never liked it. Whenever my first reaction when they showed us the Fuzzier was, okay, I love it. But my first reaction when I played the Fuzzier dungeon and when I realized that it's not just 100 levels as they originally announced in a secret group chat, that it will be 100 levels, when they said it's 251, I immediately started my eyes were rolling. I was like, shit, really? Unnecessarily long. 251 levels. 100 levels would have been much better, much more fun, much easier to balance. And yeah, power creep tied to items is just it's like stabbing yourself in the foot as a developer to attach power creep to items in one activity only. And I did tell them when they were previewing that power creep a few weeks ago, before even the public test realm got it. I did tell them that it's the worst thing they can do to the game. And if they want power creep, to contain it within the Fuzzier, not outside. And they probably tried to contain it, and that's why on the test server it was bugged. And when you exit, you couldn't get the stats, and when you return, you didn't get them again. But that's not the type of power creep we need attached to items. I said it yesterday, tarot cards. They can make tarot cards, and they can make a tarot deck. And in the tarot deck, let's say you have 10 slots or 5 slots, and you put different tarot cards, and you earn the tarot cards as you're completing certain boss challenges. Every time you finish a certain boss fight for the first time, like level 3, level 7, level 11, level 15, etc. You finish it for the first time, you get awarded a card. Fixed cards. At level 3 you always get that one card. At level 7 you always get that one card. And then those cards you can just put into those slots, which are a limited number of slots. And you have to like make a build in a way that synergizes with your hero. This would be so much more fun than getting stronger items and then bloating the HP and defenses of the enemies with such ridiculously high values and making everything super bullet spongy. I mean, for me the most important things in games are the end game, the itemization and the build diversity. And this game has 1.5 of those 3 things done well. The end game is 0 for me right now. The itemization is a half. It seems like a halfway done system. The build diversity is perfect in the game right now. In regards to itemization, combining with skills. So if they add some rerolling affixes system to the itemization and a system where you can add sockets to items that are not socketed, I think it would be perfect. I think it would fix the itemization. If they add more endgame diversity, more different things that are not the Fuzzier, they could probably get a lot of people to return to the game, or people who never played it to install it and play it. Right now it's very hard to recommend Torchlight 3 for people who love doing endgame and knowing that the Fuzzier is the only thing endgame wise, and knowing that they've added this boring power creep and bloated the HP of the enemies to compensate. But balancing is the hardest part of a game. after launch. After a game has been launched, it's probably the hardest thing to do to balance things, to fix things, especially in a game like this that's constantly getting some things to change. And I guess it's tough. It's very tough to balance something like this game. Okay. What are we doing? Netherwell, Shifting Shackles, Stormbringer, Status Immune. Oh, Shifting Shackles. That's why I can't use my Cyclone mode now. Shifting Shackles is one of the most boring map modifiers. It's not like you can't deal with it. You can just rebind a certain skill to a different slot. But it's just annoying. It's annoying. It's forcing you to rebind something to a different slot. Right now I can't attack. I refuse to rebind this. So I'm gonna have to wait before I can use my Cyclone mode. It should have been shifting every 10, every 20 seconds instead of every few minutes. It's super boring the way Shifting Shackles shifts every 2-3 minutes. If you made it 10 or 20 seconds, it would have been so much more trolly and so much more fun as an affix in maps. For 10-20 seconds this skill is disabled, for 10-20 seconds it's a different skill. It might be more annoying to some people, but to me it definitely wouldn't be annoying if it changed more often. Come on. Come on, there we go. You don't think the legendary increase is working? I don't think it's working as well. I've not been getting many more legendaries personally, so... But this legendary drop rate increase was basically copy-pasted from the previous patch notes of the previous patch. Verbatim copy-paste. and I think it made itself to those patch notes. They did increase the drop rates of legendaries with the previous patch. What they did do with this patch is not increase the drop rates of legendaries, but they increase the chance of getting certain legendaries versus others, and that does work. I've been seeing less Neku sticks, less Stormblades and things like that, and more Mountain King items, which was supposed to be happening. You're supposed to be getting more of your own classes, class specific gear, and I've been seeing more of those. More Servo Blades. In fact, I've probably looted 4 or 5 Servo Blades while leveling up this hero, which is a little bit too much, but yeah. Class specific gear you're getting more often now. But the part where drop rates were increased is basically copy pasted from the old patch notes, maybe by accident. I can try and dig it up and compare them, the one next to the other, to see that it's most likely it most likely made its way to the next patch notes by accident. And the previous patch did increase the drop rates. I did notice getting more. But yeah, the part where they're saying increased drop rates and that it's mostly for ridiculous but painful and hard also got the change. This existed in the Gear and Goblins patch, and this was the change that came with the Gear and Goblins patch. So I don't think there was such a change with this patch, because it already happened with the last one. Wrong way. My Sonic Pulse is silenced, so I can't use it now. I can't use power projection? Why? Why is it not letting me use power projection? Okay, now it let me. Had to press the button like 30 times before it let me use it. Ah, shit. Oh, every time I open my inventory. I don't understand why it has to zoom in when opening my inventory. Why can't it just open the inventory without zooming, and why can't I move while my inventory is there? like every other ARPG does it. You can move with your inventory open, you can see what's happening, you can see maybe just a little part of the screen covered, not have to zoom in like this. 6 skill levels to drain, this is overpowered. 6 skill levels to a certain skill. This is broken. 6 skill levels to drain. Yeah, I mean this is just borderline broken. And that's without what's its name? That's without the wife bound. I don't need this much crit chance, this is just broken. I've got plenty of crit chance when I vent. All of your gear is blue and wife bound. Yeah, obviously they ruined many things with this change. This is, I don't know, I can't enjoy it this way. I've never disliked something in this game as much as I dislike this broken power creep system. That's just silly. You have to go after this one. Alright. Fair enough, fair enough. I'm gonna go back to trying to farm some items for a build. I don't want to make build with broken gear like this one. Because it's not worth it making builds with this broken gear. So how am I gonna farm items without the extra bonus damage? I'm probably gonna stick to the lowest levels of the Fazir dungeon and just farm those. Mountain King Powdrons. Winter Weave set farming would be difficult though. I really want to get the Winter Weave set. So I'm gonna keep some non-broken weapons for when I make builds and when I test them and when I do map works to showcase those builds. Thanks for stopping by, thanks for joining and for the co-op. I will go back to my own fort now. Oh, I can't because it's broken. The game thought I was in my own fort. At least the waypoint station thought I was in my own fort. But yeah, now I realize how broken this gear is. I expected it to be broken, but not this much. Like 6 levels to a certain skill. I can now use Drain with level 6. I can now use Drain instead of this. And it's already level 6 because of, yeah. Look at this hatch. Okay, let's go and do some farming of regular items at reasonably difficult challenge levels. I'm gonna do this one and maybe keep farming the Stormbringers or the Blazing. Yeah, there's many things that even if they decide to keep this power creep, they first need to make sure it doesn't affect plus X skill level. They need to make sure it doesn't affect the number of sockets. They need to make sure it doesn't affect the flat damage or the defense. And there's not much left to affect, but yeah. And they need to reduce the HP of those enemies at the high stages, because it's just bullet sponge boring to fight enemies with 700% extra HP. Holy icon, okay. Better than what I'm wearing. Hopefully next year brings good stuff to Torchlight 3 and removes the bad stuff. For now, I'll be patient and see what happens in the first few months of next year. Oh yeah, the shield needed an upgrade. Should I do Netherwell? Infamous. Cursed relic infamous. Uniques, there we go. I'm farming fame to unlock my contract stuff right now. And hopefully while farming fame from those uniques I get some legendaries as well. You just got your Winter Weave Gauntlet bonus. Plus 28%. And 2 SWATs. Grats Terry the tank. Very, very nice. The Winter Weave Gauntlet is amazing. I love that item. It does a lot of things for your survivability. Especially on melee builds where you're constantly getting hit. It's a great find. But it's good for any build, not just for melee. Even for squishy builds that would find themselves in trouble, it would be a great find. Finally, a level 60 Mountain King Quiras. This is giving me like 2000 extra damage. Yeah, well, yeah, this percent damage is good when you have a lot of FWAT to boost. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I'm definitely not gonna use the drain skill. I mean, I like that I've got 6 levels to drain, but I don't wanna get this be a drain build, especially not a drain build that relies on getting drain leveled up with an item. Just not reasonable to be that way.
You can't pass that spell.
It's got block but no defense. Well, block could still be a nice thing if you don't have it maxed out already. And you can put defense in the sockets and it's still gonna be good enough. And make up for not having that that defense built in. One more Spider Iker. Where does it drop? Should we do some alpaca level hunting? Should I do the alpaca level? If anyone wants to see it, I'm gonna make a video about it tomorrow now that the secret's out in the open and it has been spread around. But if at any time today someone feels like seeing the alpaca level, I can do one map or two in there. Okay. Vote. Pierce says, are you excited about Cyberpunk 105 update? Well, I'm not sure what the 105 update is going to bring. So I can't be excited until I see some patch notes. Let me check. Did they announce it yet? Oh, it's now live. Here's the list of full changes. Let me quickly check the changes. Okay, there's a lot of things that have changed. Okay, good. Good. There's a lot of improvements. A lot of improvements. Nice. Yeah, I did actually play a bit yesterday. I played a bit last night. The playthrough I had going. I decided to do a different ending and tested a different ending and did the ending where I side with Hanako. And it was interesting. The result I got was definitely interesting when siding with Hanako, but it was a shitty ending. It was ending I didn't really like much. Nah, this 8.8% is too good for me right now. But yeah, I sided with Hanako and I definitely didn't like the ending I got. But even when you side with her, there's multiple endings probably after siding with her based on what you decide. So it's like, it's not just a simple 1, 2, 3, 4 endings. It's 1, 2, 3, 4 choices that lead you to a set of 1, 2, 3, 4 endings each. So it's probably more like 10, 12, maybe 15 different endings you can get, which are slightly similar yet different. So far, I'm still to see the happy ending in the game. So we'll see. We'll see. I'm assuming to see the happy ending in Cyberpunk 2077, you probably need to side with Johnny and Rogue. Or maybe there is no happy ending in the game. Who knows? Gearwalkie, that sounds like something I might wanna do. Let's see if there's uniques somewhere.
Think they made a cutscene for that one? Oh, are you sure? Oh, that's interesting. Again? Oh, are you sure? What will it
Alright, let's do this one. Oh shit, I was gonna do the Opaka level now. Actually, let's do the Opaka level. A quick run of it. There's probably people here who wanna see it, and since the secret's out in the open now, I can actually show it. I can do this one later. I'm just gonna do one run, I'm not gonna do more. More later. Every now and then I'm gonna be stopping to do an Opaka level. And they have bird dishes. Pretty nice to see the bird dishes on those. There we go. Okay. Let's keep moving this way. Why are there no damage numbers? Did they disable the damage numbers in the Opaka level? Maybe they did. Maybe the Opaka level is supposed to not show damage numbers. Pretty weird, honestly. Because I'm still seeing the critical messages. It's either a bug or some weird intended behavior. the king Hikaya. Rudo Pakis Peter. It's nice that there's ranged enemies, not just melee. What does the alpaca say, eh? Levadan says, I'm most excited for the AMD Ryzen optimization changes for the core CPU's performance in Cyberpunk. I'm also excited about this because, well, I'm also using AMD Ryzen. Not sure how that would help my case with the FPS, where my GPU is shitty. But we'll see. We'll see how that works out for me. At best, I'm probably gonna get 1, 2, 3 FPS more. So I'm still gonna be jumping between 30, 40, 50 and 60 FPS in Cyberpunk. I'd rather give Cyberpunk some more time to fix its performance, the same way I'm giving Godfall some time to fix its performance. And it's either me getting a new GPU first or the performance of those games is gonna get better. I'm not counting on the performance of those games getting better for shitty GPUs, because they're just next generation games meant for people with new systems, with top-notch systems. So probably in a few months, several months more like, when I get a new GPU, that's when I will have more time to enjoy those games the way they're meant to be enjoyed, without performance drops. But I will return soon to Godfall to see the new patch. Some of the changes in Godfall's new patch sounded nice, and the same applies to the Cyberpunk patch. I do play Cyberpunk though, sometimes off stream, to test certain things, and I'm probably gonna make some content very soon with the information I've collected about items and things. But first I want to make this build. I want to gear this one up with the right Winter Weave items and the right Mountain King items, such as the Mountain King helmet, which I'm still missing.
You can't cast that spell here. You can't use that skill.
I think that's the level cleared. But yeah, this secret alpaca level right now is very disappointing in regards to drop rates and stuff. Knowing that you need to spend 5 essence to get inside. But at least it's something you can do every now and then when you get bored of spamming Fazir.
Your path has returned.
190k. Yeah.
Step right up, contestant.
You can get on a forged. On a forged with the Bane relic, you can probably get 300,000 defense or 250,000 defense, which is pretty much you resisting everything, most likely. The tankiest tank of them all probably would be defense stacking forged with the Bane right now. Power projection, vortex bomb, miasma, and what was the other one? Poison nova. Get one of those and get max block chance and max evasion, and then you're gonna be and then get the winter weave gauntlets for ignoring damage sources, and yeah, you're gonna be pretty beefy. Okay, there we go. Boom. Nice. Another one. And another one. How am I doing with the contract rewards? Level 28 out of 40. Getting there bit by bit. Come on, reindeer, drop. No, it doesn't drop. That reindeer pet, it's super difficult to get. Has anyone gotten the reindeer pet yet? Maybe I'm just unlucky, maybe it's not that difficult to get it. What's the time now? 7:31. Damn, it's too early. 7:31 p.m. It's too early. I'm already getting tired and sleepy.
It's you! A fine choice.
But yeah, Godfall, I do agree with Pierce where he said that the combat is very reaction based in Godfall. And with some of the latest, with the latest update for Godfall, they changed how combat and some mechanics work. How the animations are split into two phases now. Now you have the phase before doing the attack and the phase, the action of doing the attack. You probably would be able to interrupt during phase 1, but not during phase 2. A certain attack with a dodge or something like this. I don't understand exactly how it works, and the way they wrote it seems a little bit too complicated to me. It would have been much easier if they said, hey, now you can use this skill while this skill is in phase 1 or while this skill is in phase 2, rather than the way they wrote it. But still, I kind of get the idea, I think, of what this change does to Godfall, and how they're handling certain things. They rebalanced certain things as well. And they do need some rebalancing there in Godfall. So I think overall they will improve the game, but it's gonna take them a while, because they did rush the game to make sure it's launched on time for the Sony PlayStation 5 release. If Sony didn't pressure them and they released Godfall in February or March or even April, the game would have been in a very good state, maybe. Right now it's still a little bit, it feels a little bit like an early access game, playing Godfall. I could say the same for Cyberpunk with all the glitches and bugs, but at least Cyberpunk is a different type of game, so some of the glitches and bugs there are not that annoying. But both games had serious performance issues on launch day and week 1. So this is the final week of the year where developers would be probably putting some work into their games before they go celebrate the holidays with their families. So I'm not expecting many things to change for any of the other games I've been waiting updates for. We do know that multiplayer in Last Epoch is coming next year. They already showed a preview video of the devs playing multiplayer in Last Epoch. So that's pretty nice to hear. When in 2021 multiplayer is coming remains to be seen, because there's many things that could go wrong with multiplayer. Many abusing can be done if they don't handle certain things the right way. We'll see. Oh, lightning bower. With chance to shock and 2 bolts fired on shock, but the damage, man, the damage. Is there any game you're looking forward to now? Diablo 4. Obviously, the obvious choice. The obvious choice, and Grim Dawn 2. Diablo 4 and Grim Dawn 2. I'm looking forward to those. Yeah, it is a long way from now. Both games are a long way from now. Especially Grim Dawn 2, it's probably gonna come 1 or 2 years after Diablo 4. So we'll see. I'm looking forward to Outriders, to see if Outriders would be any good. Outriders is nice, and this other shooter, co-op zombie shooter, what was the name? I linked it yesterday in my chat. I forgot the name. Fuck, I forget. Let me check my history. Let me check the chat history in just a moment. My chat bot should remember the link I pasted yesterday. So the chat from yesterday, Okay, I see it. Let me open it up. It is called the Back for Blood. Okay, Back for Blood. So Back for Blood and Outriders, those are interesting co-op shooter games I'm looking forward to. Maybe they would end up being something I can see myself playing and making content for. Time will tell. Only time will tell. Obviously, right now I'm not looking forward to spending money on games. I'm looking forward to saving money for a GPU. So that's what I'm looking forward to right now. A new GPU. That's all I want. I'm not even gonna buy myself, as I was planning to buy myself some cables and a new fan for my case, but that's not important. That's just some eye candy to get a new fan for the back of my case with RGB, and that's 140 millimeters instead of 120, and to get colored cables. This is not important, and right now I'd rather save my money for a GPU. But I will buy myself a green screen probably after the holidays, because the people are probably busy now. But yeah, I need to buy myself green screen and some good white bulbs so I can start streaming with a camera next year. Because you probably, I'm not sure if you were here the other day when I was using my camera to show the PC. So it's not like I don't have the camera, it's just you're not gonna be able to see me in the dark with that camera right now. And my lights, my room light is very dim, very shitty for streaming. At the moment. What's my quest here? To kill melee spiders. Look how tanky this guy is. That's obviously with all the strong items I got from the high level Fazir stuff. All the overpowered gear. When I make a build video, I will remove all the overpowered gear, ideally, even the weapon. so that people can see this with reasonably starter gear rather than overpowered max Fuzzier dungeon gear. Bref Waben says, wow, you have been lucky with your gear. You have the double attack. And then, oh, this double attack is because it was level 251 item or 240 or whatever. So obviously high level items in the Fuzzier with the current broken system would give you a ton of attack. This is the item I'm using. So 170%, that's you get 118% maximum bonus. 118% maximum bonus is at Fuzzier stage 251, and you get 3 sockets, which is overpowered. It is overpowered, 3 fucking sockets. Obviously, this is twice as much damage as some of my other regular weapons, so when I make a build video I'm gonna change this weapon to something else. I mean, they just made a big mistake with adding this system in the game. I knew they added it with good intentions, trying to motivate people to push the Fuzzier, but this is just so imbalanced. It's off the charts how imbalanced it is. How it made itself to the live server, it's beyond me. Was I the only one that said, hey, this is a bad idea, don't do it, when we saw it on the test server and when we saw it before the test server? Was there no one else that thought this is shitty way of giving us power? But people love being overpowered. People love easy mode and being overpowered in games like those, and probably that's why everyone was quiet and didn't mention how ridiculously broken this is during the times we tested it on the test server. But yeah, just look at my defense. 190,000, 354,000, and that's not on a that's not even on a that's not on a Bane build. If I was on a Bane build, this probably could go to 500,000 defense. with Miasma and Poison Nova stacking with power projection and vortex bomb. And that's considering not every single piece of equipment is this broken. See, this one is 117%, this one is 117%, but the rest, this is 0%, this is 5%, this is 0%, this is 5.5%, this is actually level 53 even. So I can squeeze much more defense if I wanted to. But damage is what's needed, because the enemies have 700% extra HP at max level Fuzzier. But again, I'm never gonna do max level Fuzzier on one of my heroes. It's just boring, it takes too long. It takes unnecessarily long to reach it, and I don't see a reason to do it. I just don't see a reason to do it. Those items are plain broken, so that's not a good reason for me to do it. Another broken item. The max Fazir level is 251. Fazir stage 251. I was doing that earlier with one of the viewers. He took me to his own Fazir level. For 2-3 maps we did a few runs. And yeah, things get seriously broken then. But yeah, this one, 6 levels to drain. 6 levels to drain. It's silly. You can get weapons with probably 19,000 attack, maybe even 20,000 if you manage to put physical damage on each of the 3 sockets. But yeah, right now with blue items, wife-bound blue items becoming this strong, they're again making legendary gear unattractive. Other than for some of the important things like extra skill levels and things like that from the Mountain King, Celestial, etc. sets. All the other things are becoming useless. If you know that the gear becomes this much stronger at the higher levels with those extra % of increase in the gear. Because it's much easier to get blue gear than legendary, and with those extra stats it's just OP. It will take some time. I mean, if you're rushing and pushing, it won't take long. If you're doing it in a team, it would be much quicker. The more people play in the team, the stronger the enemies get, but also the stronger you get because you buff each other and stack debuffs on the enemies and buffs on yourselves. If you have one of each class, you can get the most DPS probably, one of each class. Because you can stack Blasting Charge with Sonic Pulse, with Consecration, with what's its name, with Sacrifice to Goose. And stacking those things increases the team DPS to the maximum. And the one that's gonna benefit the most out of everything would be the Disc Mage. Because Disc Mage would benefit from the vulnerability from Blasting Charge, the vulnerability from Sonic Pulse, the vulnerability from Sacrifice to Goose, and will benefit from the extra bonus damage of Consecration, and the extra bonus damage of Consecration based on allies standing in the circle, which is 5 times 15 on top of the regular bonus damage. So Disc Mage in harmonic form with those other 3 allies of the other 3 classes with those skills would do so much damage in a team. Okay, I didn't get anything here. Maybe the boss would drop something. And Terry earlier said he got good one-handed 2 swords, 4 skills in Fracking Strike. 4 skills in Fracking Strike, that's perfect. With the set bonus from the Mountain King and those 4 skills, you can just remove all the points inside it and use it as a tier 2 bonus. Or if you're making a Fracking Strike build, you only need 4 points in it. Being able to remove 4 points from it is pretty decent. I try not to rely on items that give me skills when making build videos, just because I don't expect people to have those extra skill point items when starting, when building up. I mean, those are extra bonuses that obviously provide you quality of life when you get them.
Your pet is back.
$139k without the buff. Okay, let's see it with the buff. Just I gotta check this out. How did I get 30? Oh, that was with a shrine. To get 300 something.
What will it be? That doesn't sound so tough. Oh, that's interesting. Wouldn't have...
Let's see now. But yeah, broken Fazir items. I doubt people would return to the game just knowing that there's those broken items. But maybe there will be some people returning knowing that there's easy ways to get overpowered in the game. But I appreciate that they're experimenting. I like at least that that Extra is not afraid to experiment and add new things. Yeah, if they end up being overpowered, they can always get nerfed or removed. But at least they're trying out things, trying to see what fits, what works, what doesn't. Which is commendable to see them do something as bold as this power creep. I may not like it, but at least they're trying things out. down. Almost 8 p.m. I'm not sure if I'm gonna stream until 10:30 today, maybe until 10, cause I'm getting pretty hungry already. So maybe 2 more hours until 10 instead of as usual until 10:30. This contract's getting leveled up soon, bit by bit.
Your pet has returned.
If I wife bound this, it's gonna be so strong.
If it isn't all, what's their name?
Wait, not this.
Think you can take it?
Infamous, there we go. I'm farming fame for my contract right now. That's why I'm going for infamous when I can. If there is no infamous, I just take some gear whack or whatever. And there. I was still taking some damage though. Probably from the blazing being too much. And Breath Up and said, so the one on level seems some guy got a few scrolls. Was quite hilarious to see. Yeah, I actually did it myself earlier 3 times. One on normal, one on ridiculous, and then later on went back on ridiculous. I can show it later again. Tomorrow I'm making a video about it. To tell people how they can access it and unlock it. Since it's already out there, since the secret is out there in the open already and it's no longer a secret, I can make content about it and tell people that it's real, how to access it and open it and things like that. Obviously it's not worth doing it other than for fun right now, because the gear you get there cannot compete with Fazir gear, which is kind of a sad way, and the drop rates are very bad as well there. I haven't gotten a legendary there in the 2 ridiculous and 1 normal maps I did. I mean, I've only done 3 maps, so it's too early to say the drop rates are bad. But you have to pay 5 legendary essence, which is equal to 5 legendary items. So if you're paying 5 legendary items, you gotta expect to at least get 1 legendary drop per map. If you're paying 5 legendary items to access it. So the way I would have made it, I would have made the boss, one of the 2 bosses, to always drop a legendary, a random legendary. So that you're only losing 4 when entering there. And it's like a gamble. You sacrifice 4 legendary items to get essence, and then you get 1 back as a return. Even if it was pay 10 essence, but always get a legendary, it would have been still better to have 100% chance to get legendary, but pay 10 essences to get in. But yeah, right now it feels, I don't know, it feels a little bit underwhelming, this secret level. I'm just wondering how it leaked. Who leaked it? Who leaked the information to people out there how to access it? Was it official leak from the devs or from the mods, or was it a leak from one of the content creators who had access to it? It's very specific for someone to figure this one out on themselves and to know the exact number of clicks you need to do. It's very fishy, as I said earlier. It's fishy how someone figured the sequence out. If you wanna see it, I can do it next. Next I can go inside this level. It would have been super fun if it was a Fazir map, yeah. If you had a chance to open this portal inside the Fazir to get the bonuses for the Fazir. So let's say I'm in the Fazir 251 and I open a portal to the cow level, and the cow level is equal to the 251 Fazir. That's one way to handle this. But you can't open portals while inside the Fazir anymore. Oh, I can fight my pet. That's a nice bug. Oh, that's not my pet. It's some random other pet. Some random other minion. That might have been a weird bug there. Not sure what summons this little creature I was fighting. It was saying it's a minion. So I can do another alpaca level just to show you. Okay. But it's nice how they gave them bird dishes as weapons. Good Easter egg in that regard. I don't think there's fame in this level. I don't think they dropped fame. Those purples I just killed. Okay. Oh, never mind, there is fame drops. Would have been weird if there weren't. What happened? They teleported and disappeared. Nice. There's still some roughness around the edges there. Okay, come on. Okay. Wait, did those just spawn now? Because they weren't here earlier. Pretty strange. Are they respawning? Oh, now those weren't here earlier as well. Alright, enough of this level. Back to the Fazir. But yeah, it did look like they respawned somehow. Or maybe killing the queen triggered some spawns, some new spawns. Or getting her to a certain HP. I'm not sure what happened there, but they definitely spawned after I cleared those parts, and there were 0 enemies during the clearing.
Your pet has returned.
One more, no, 4 more levels left of the contract. Seer Prophet wants this game. Seer Prophet, if you want this game, I will be giving away 3 copies on the 24th, 25th and 26th of December. So Christmas Eve, Christmas Day and Boxing Day. I will be streaming on those 3 days this game, and each day I will be making a separate giveaway for 1 key a day. The developers provided me with some keys to give away. Whenever I decide if I play on the holidays, and yeah, I will be doing that. So if you can buy it right now, it's by the way, it's on not on sale, but you can buy it on Steam right now. I don't know what price, but you can buy it on Steam if you can't wait. And again, I can't guarantee you're gonna win a key, because there's probably gonna be more people that want those keys. But everyone would have a chance to sign up from YouTube and from Twitch without having to subscribe or anything like that. So that's how it's gonna be. Let me check the current price of the game, by the way, if it's on the Steam sale or not. It's still 33.99 euro in my region. 33.99 euro in my region. I think when it launched, it was more, like 34.99. I don't know. But yeah, I will be giving away some copies during the holidays. So good news to you and everyone out there who is looking to get into the game but can't afford to buy it right now. You're currently playing Path of Exile. Well, keep in mind this is very, very different than Path of Exile, and it doesn't have nearly as much content as half of Path of Exile has, but keep in mind this is a new game. It launched 2 months ago. So it definitely has the long way to go before it reaches the amount of content Path of Exile can offer. But it definitely has a lot of build variety and diversity. So if you get bored of the content, you can just create a new hero and a new subclass maybe of the same hero. Leveling up a hero to max level probably takes what, 15, maybe 20 hours if you're very slow. 20 hours should be more than enough to level up a new hero to max level. But finishing the story, which unlocks the end game around level 46 to you, probably takes between 8 and 12 hours depending on how quick you are. So there's always the option to create a new hero if you don't like playing with the same hero for too long. I'm that type of person. I like switching heroes all the time and keeping things different. And since I have 4 classes and 5 subclasses, which is a total of 20 combinations, the amount of builds you can make is just off the charts. I mean, I can give you a random number 200, but 200 is... I can probably make 200 builds with just with just 2 characters combined together with the current diversity we've got. But with the current items, because items just like Diablo 3, Diablo 3 Kunai Cube, you have something similar here. Something similar where you can put certain items in slots and get those powers, the legendary powers of those items, without actually wearing those items equipped. And that really adds another layer of build diversity there, of theory crafting, combined to the class and subclass skills you choose and to the items you're wearing. Right now there are some things that feel a little bit boring, like those super strong items. And thank you very much for the follow, Seer Prophet. Thank you for following me on Twitch. Welcome to the Struck Club. So what I was talking about, the Legendarium, is this thing. When you find an item, you have 3 slots unlocked at level 3, level 20 and level 40. The max level is level 60, by the way. And as you find items, you unlock those, and you can put those and use their abilities, their powers, without needing to wear them. It could be a sword, it could be a great sword, it could be a shield, it could be a helmet, chest, staff, anything. And they constantly keep adding new and new items. And with the way set items work in the game, with set items you only need 3 pieces of a certain set to unlock the set bonus. So for example, see this one. See, this one right now doesn't give me the set bonus. If I equip the shoulders, you can see the shoulders and the gauntlets don't give me the set bonus. If I equip the cuirass, all 3 of them are getting the set bonus. And by you can see now I'm wearing 2 items and I don't get the set bonus. Since I don't get the set bonus, this helmet also doesn't get the set bonus, because I don't have 3 of those equipped. So you can't combine 2 equipped and 1 in the Legendarium, but you can combine 3 equipped or more and 1 in the Legendarium of the same set to get the bonuses. And they've recently added transmog and style stations as well, so you can change the appearance of one item and make it look like another of the same type, which is pretty decent as well. Pretty standard feature in games like those. They're constantly improving, and the game launched 2 months ago. It's already had 2 big-ish patches, two major patches, with a lot of bug fixes, changes and improvements. So the devs are hard at work. Oh, they'll be taking probably 2 weeks off now. After this week ends, they probably won't be doing much, and I think since now it's already Saturday, you probably won't see them active next week or the week after that. But they will be back after the holidays and would work in full force to add some more improvements. Currently, the end game, when you farm the end game, you can get very strong items like this one that gives me 117% bonus to all stats. But in order to get 118%, which is the limit, you need to reach stage 251, which is the maximum stage in the Fazir dungeon, which is a little bit overpowered with this power creep. I don't like it. I was against it when they showed us a work in progress preview. I had my concerns, and my concerns became reality when they patched. Things are super overpowered now and super disbalanced as a result of this system making its way to the live server. Maybe they shouldn't have added it and waited to improve the system after some of the feedback from the test server. I'm pretty sure many people out there who like it easy would love this system, because it makes you super strong, makes you ridiculously overpowered on the higher difficulties. They obviously made the enemies stronger and harder to defeat. Basically made them bigger bullet sponges than they were. to make up for giving us this much power. But it's just boring. It's boring artificial changes. I don't see why the numbers need to be that big. They could just increase the power of the enemies by much less and not increase our own power in the way they do right now when we push the Fazir. But overall, the game is amazing. If you like build variety, it's amazing. If you like endgame variety, it has a long way to go. But we do have a secret level, secret alpaca level. Not so secret anymore, I guess. Terry the Tank is back. Welcome back, Terry. Welcome back. Man, I've been yawning a lot today, I guess. I'm not sure why. Maybe lack of oxygen.
You say that now.
Your pet has returned.
Let's do Thunder Ties. And you're welcome, Sir Prophet. Keep in mind, I also have a YouTube channel with a lot of info you can find, unless you already know it. To those of you who don't know it and are on Twitch, I can. I'm just gonna provide you the link, and if you're on YouTube, I can provide you with my Twitch link. That should do the thing. Terry the Tank is telling me to hydrate. Let's hydrate. Alright, hydrated. Pierce says, hell yes, truck. About what? Maybe I missed something. Oh, about my YouTube channel and things. Okay. And I've got a website, struckquip.xyz, where I upload build videos, guides, and other things like that. Mostly build videos. I mostly made this website because people kept asking me, do you have a text version somewhere of this build? Do you have a text version of this build, of that build? I was like, alright, let's look up into making some basic website where I can just post text and images as versions of my builds. So struckweb.xyz is where those things get posted. And this is coming as a build, maybe not tomorrow, because I didn't get lucky today with any winter weave items. Maybe the day after tomorrow I could try and without getting winter weave items, just make a suggested build video and add a few lines of text as usual, which would be my ideal items to wear. We'll see. Angered Ancestors, I'm just gonna go back now. I reached the boring modifier of Angered Ancestors. So I'm gonna do something for gear. Something gear wacky. This one, gear wacky. Oh, I wonder what the free game in the Epic Store today is. The Epic Game Store has a program where for the next for 15 days starting yesterday, each day there's a free game to claim for 24 hours. Yesterday it was Cities Skywine. I'm gonna quickly check what the game is today before the day ends. Where was it? Store, browse. What's free today? The Long Dark? Is that the game for today? The free game for today is called The Long Dark. Just a moment to see if I want this game. I'm not sure if I want it, but let's get it. Let's get it. And then I can decide if I want to play it sometime or not. But yeah, don't forget, if you have the Epic Game Store and if you use it, if you're not from the people who don't like the Epic Game Store, every day there's gonna be a free game to claim. I will play now in the holiday season. I'm probably gonna play a random game on stream. Maybe I can make a poll and let people choose which random game it would be. But the thing is, again, I've got some stuff to do on my to-do list for other games, for this game, for Chaos Bane, for Cyberpunk, for Godfall. I've got some content to make for those, to cover some updates and things like that. So right now the first thing on my to-do list is a build video for this build, then a build video for the drain version, an updated build of my Punchbot Drain Award from the same hero with slightly reworked skill points, and then eventually maybe a basic attack version of this build, although probably might hold on to that one. I also need to make some content for Cyberpunk regarding where to find certain items. I've already taken the screenshots, I just need to make it into a video, record myself showing where the locations are and things like those. I've got things I need to do, and yeah, I probably need to make a video about the Godfall patch as well. But it's busy. I mean, around the holidays, every developer is trying to squeeze a patch in the last few days before the holidays, before they go on breaks. I also may need to go back to Baldur's Gate soon. I'm waiting for Baldur's Gate to get a little bit more content before I go back to it, to Baldur's Gate 3 for another playthrough. But I've got some random games that I wouldn't mind playing every now and then, especially if it's a free-to-play game. In fact, Rogue Heist, if someone likes team shooters, we can go and get wrecked together in Rogue Heist someday, or in Paladins. That's the shooter games I'm probably gonna try and play if someone wants to play competitive. So one of those days I'm probably gonna try Rogue Heist. I downloaded it for free on the Epic Store, and it's a game by Hi-Res Studios, the creators of Global Agenda, Paladins and Smite. And yeah, Rogue Heist seems like the Counter-Strike equivalent type of a game that they made, to something similar to Valorant maybe. And I've never tried it, and I want to see if it's as boring as Valorant, where it's basically a bunch of 1-2 shots every time. Games like those are good for people with good reflexes. I'm definitely not the person to play Counter-Strike type games, where you don't have reasonable defense and healing to stack. Games like Paladins I really like, but they're very boring when you don't have a good team, where you don't have people in voice chat. I don't like Overwatch. In fact, Overwatch to me seems like an inferior version of Paladins, without all the build diversity and tough decisions and tough choices. Overwatch seems like games that for people who don't want to use their brain too much, just jump in, pick a hero, play. without bothering about builds and whether this build is good for this type of map and this type of content. Whereas Paladins seems like the game with a lot of customization regarding your playstyle of a certain hero. I've played them all, I've done competitive, I've played them in teams, and obviously can give you like my honest opinion about both Overwatch and Paladins, and Paladins just seems like a much superior game. Unfortunately much less played, which is weird why it's much less played when it's much better, but it's Blizzard. Blizzard know how to hype people. That's why Overwatch is played so much. And even if you look at Overwatch 2, Overwatch 2 would have some sort of build making like Paladins. They realize that they are missing something like this, and they would have some very simple version of build making. So I can't wait to test Rogue Heist in the next few days whenever I find time to test it, to see if it's more like Paladins or more like Counter-Strike. I'm expecting to be more like Counter-Strike and Valorant. But I want to play a competitive game every now and then when the PvP itch needs a scratch, when I need to scratch that itch to do some competitive gaming. But yeah, every now and then I wouldn't mind doing a random game. I'm just trying to make sure that in my channel most of the content is similar. Either some sort of RPG or either some sort of looter. With the minimum amount of deviations from the RPG elements or from the looter elements that I'm looking for in games. Oh, Division 2. Is anyone interested in me getting Division 2? It's right now 70% off. It costs €8. It costs €8 and I can buy Division 2 and I can play it. Actually, I have two friends who own the game. And I think if I get it on the Epic Store with the expansions, it would be like €15 or something like that. And since I have a coupon where if I buy a game that costs more than $14.99, I get $10 off. So it's basically me paying $5. So I need to figure out if the Division 2 with the expansions fits into this $14.99 or more or not on the Epic Store. But 70% off, if anyone was wondering if they should get Division. Well, I've never seen it as cheap as it is now, the Division 2. And it's a good candidate for a game to start playing and making content for, maybe. Blizzard have one of the best marketing teams out there. They have experts in the field. They know how to hype. And they just people buy their games just because they're a brand that, well, I don't know, it's the most commercial brand probably out there, along with EA and other brands. Blizzard, Activision, and EA, pretty big commercial names. No matter what Blizzard makes, it always sells and it's always played. There's like a cult following of fanboys of Blizzard out there that would defend even the shittiest features of a game against the counterparts just because it's made by Blizzard and not by some other random studio out there. I can never understand being blinded by your fanboy, by your fanboyism, by the fanboyness, those purple tinted glasses that some people put when they're fanboying one game over another. But I've been a Blizzard fan for a long time, not a fanboy, but an actual fan who appreciates the good and dislikes the bad things of those games. And yeah, I've really enjoyed games like Warcraft 3, the Warcraft series. In fact, I've even played on my Sega. I think Warcraft 1 or 2, I can't remember which one was. I think it was 2 back in the day. I've loved Diablo 1 and 2. Didn't like Diablo 3 much, especially when it launched. I didn't play it when it launched. I only played it after the Reaper of Souls patch. That made it much better and much more playable. But I still don't like Diablo 3 as much as games like Titan Quest, like Grim Dawn, like Last Epoch, like this game, like Chaos Bane. Even though it's much more played than the games I mentioned. And I've loved StarCraft. I'm not a good strategy RTS player, so I appreciate the game for what it was, and I've watched competitive StarCraft matches because they were fun to watch back in the day. But I never got into playing StarCraft 2. Maybe StarCraft 1 I played a lot when I was little, because we didn't have much choices in the net cafes. Jake Zombie Killer just followed. Welcome back, Jake. I think I'm seeing you for the second time, or maybe the name is familiar. Welcome to the Struck Club to you. Appreciate the follow. Should I go for uniques? Or should I go look for some Gearwalkie maps? Uniques Gearwalkie. What about the Anchored? Is there... Let's maybe do this Gearwalkie. I even liked Heroes of the Storm. It was very different than Dota and League of Legends. But there were also a lot of things I didn't like there. But I really liked how their game modes and things were pretty different. Yet from that type of games, from the MOBA based tower, not tower defense, but the competitive MOBA games like those, Smite is the one I like the most. Especially with that third person camera. It feels nice. I liked Paragon from Epic Games back in the day because it was the same. But unfortunately Paragon got just shut down. So they can focus on Torchlight. So they can focus on BR. Actually Fortnite's PvE version was pretty fun. Up until one moment and then it became again grindy, boring. If BR never existed, if Battle Royale never existed and Epic focused more on the PvE version of the game, I'm not sure what it would have happened with it, whether it would have been better. Right now, Epic are getting a lot of money from the Unreal Engine and from Fortnite, from V-Bucks and stuff. And I had high hopes for the PvE version, for the Wooter version of the game, not the competitive version. But in the end, like many out there, I just got disappointed and quit it. It was fun though. I really loved doing my dome defenses and making trap tunnels and things like that. It was pretty fun for a while until it became super grindy and super time consuming. And with that stupid woodbox system, they're just very predatory as a company when it comes to their PvE game. But yeah, speaking of random games, feel free to suggest some random games, especially free-to-play ones. If you wanna see me play some games, I might try and find some time to play them, if they're free. There we go. But yeah, Paragon, I agree. I agree with Pierce. Paragon was such a good and fun game. The closest thing we have to Paragon right now is Smite, and I really love Smite's arena. The 5v5 arena where you don't have any monsters to kill. It's just pure PvP joy. It's amazing. This is my favorite PvP mode in Smite. The regular arena with the deathmatch or whatever it is called. And I like the single lane mode as well, where you just have a single lane. I forgot what it was called. I think Smite is super underrated in the competitive MOBA genre. But the game I miss the most from Hi-Res is Global Agenda. I can't wait for them to decide to do Global Agenda 2. If something like Global Agenda comes out now, it would make a killing. Even if it has cosmetics to sell cosmetics like the old game did, selling skins and stuff. Doing something like Global Agenda on Unreal Engine 5, Global Agenda 2 on Unreal Engine 5 would be probably one of the best things they can do. It's gonna be much more different than their Paladins game and much more different than their Rogue Heist game. And it would have PvE, PvP, it would have 10v10 dome defenses where you're defending a bunch of waves. I mean, I really love the PvE, the open world and the instance PvE, and I really love the PvP in Global Agenda. And the Alliance versus Alliance, or what, no, actually Agency versus Agency, every week where you had to fight for territories on the map. This was amazing. It was just so fun. People right now are thirsty for games like Global Agenda. Back in the day when Global Agenda was a thing, it was ahead of its time. It was a game that existed ahead of its time. If it exists now in the current state of the market, people would gobble it up. You would see Overwatch players, Paladins players, Valorant players, all sorts of competitive players fooding into that one. But the thing is, Hi-Res try to make games that are good for esports. And Global Agenda wasn't that great for esports, because it was 10v10. But they could make Global Agenda 2 with a 5v5 mode as well as 10v10. And 5v5 could be pretty nice, or 6v6 could be pretty nice for competitive. If they have some sort of league rankings in there that's separate from the Agency versus Agency. But if you haven't paid attention to Hi-Res, that was their way of making games. Whatever is the hype, whatever can bring ESL partnership deals, esports partnership deals, where the money is. But yeah, that's my dream right now as a gamer, player, streamer, to be able to get Global Agenda 2 on the Unreal Engine 5. Bomber cons were probably the most fun thing in the game for me as a player. It was so fun to play bomber cons. Alright, there we go. Off to the boss room. King Somnus says he played Smite for 5 years, and yeah, it's shadowed by things like League of Legends and Dota, and even Heroes of the Storm, which is not that popular anymore as it used to be. Definitely shadowed big time. Because it's just third person and people are not used to the third person camera. It requires a little bit more skill with aiming and things like that. And you have a more limited field of vision and things like this. So it's not as familiar to most players to play as a control system and camera compared to the other games they might be used to. Terry the Tank says, what's my thoughts about how much worth it are Bud, Letter and Rupture? I think they're good on builds where you have multiple hits per second. On this current build I'm playing, I don't think I want those. I don't think there's a huge gain. See, if you're doing a build that's centered around Cyclone Mode being the major damage dealer, or a build around Rapid Fire or Rapid Strike, it fits well. On Electrode builds it fits well as well, although on Electrode builds you don't do Rupture, you do, what's the name, Lightning Strike. So Rupture is kind of not as good as Lightning Strike, so I think those builds are better on the Electrode, not on the Blood Drinker if you want a proc monster build. But I think it's fine. I think if you stack enough bleeding chance and if you focus on Cyclone Mode, or if you focus on using Rapid Fire or Rapid Strike more often, to do many hits per second, and maybe get things like this one. I think this one can also proc Rupture as well. It probably would work well. Probably. But right now it seems super underwhelming for my build because most of the time I'm using Vortex Bomb and Steam powered. I'm not using Cyclone Mode as much as I used to use it before the changes. Before we had the Steam system into play. So you really need good amount of bleeding to make this worth it. If you can get your bleeding chance to like 60, 70%, 80%, it's probably gonna be pretty solid. I think Rupture goes very well with Spinning Blade, and it goes very well with Dance of Death tier 1. I don't think it goes well with Bloodseekers, because I'm not bleeding the enemies with Bloodseekers. Unless the Bloodseeker procs this bleed, then that works. Let's see. Over here. You are wondering to drop your spare 4 points in one of them. Yeah, I would say probably drop the spare points in Rupture. Or if you have bleeding on your items, drop the spare points in Blood Letter. I'm not sure I understood the question. You mean you want to put your spare 4 points in one of them, or you want to remove 4 points in one of them? I think I misunderstood it. So if you want to remove points from Blood Letter if you have bleeding in your weapons and gauntlets. If you have bleeding someplace else where you can get it. But if it's only 4 points, probably put them into Blood Letter. Unless you have bleeding. If you have bleeding, put them into Rupture. 20% chance to Rupture. If you have bleeding on your weapon or gauntlets or offhand, then sure. Then don't put Blood Letter, put them into Rupture. But Rupture without bleeding is pointless. If you don't have something to cause the bleeding like tier 1 Dance of Death or Spinning Blade. If you can't bleed, See, if you only put 2 points Bloodletter and 2 points Rupture, it's not gonna take you far. 4 points Bloodletter is not gonna be bad, and 4 points Rupture is not gonna be bad as long as you have the bleeding. But you're probably better off putting the points into Bloody Chalice or into something else. Into, for example, maybe if you don't have this cooldown, maybe if you don't have the damage to relic skills. I know you're probably not talking about Forge, but every class has it. Damage to relic skills, cooldown reduction, damage to one type of skill, damage to another type of skill. There's a lot of passives you can take. You can even put points into Living Barrier. Or more points into Dance of Death if you don't have it maxed out. I'm not sure what your build is, what skills you're using, so I can't say there for sure. My favorite Blood Drinker skill is Drain. I just love it. Drain is amazing, and so is Blood Seekers, but I prefer Drain. I like having Blood Seekers to buff Drain, so Drain does more damage. And I wish there were affixes that give us X% damage to Drain. I wish there were items that give me increased damage to Drain. The same way I can build around my class skills. I wish I would be able to build around Drain and other relic skills. For those 50 cost skills and for the 25 cost skills, I want Spinning Blade increase damage skill affix on items and 50 and the 50 ones like Drain affix. Not for the ultimate, because it might be a little bit overpowered. Would be nice if we have options to get damage to those. But to get the damage to those in the helmet, the gauntlets and the boots. The equivalent of those. Helmet, gauntlets, boots. So anything that's not chest, leg and shoulder. Because chest, leg and shoulder can boost your class skills. It would be nice if they make helmet, chest, not helmet, chest, helmet, boots and what was the other one? And gauntlets, to be able to boost your relic skills. That's where I think it would be best to put those bonuses if they decide to add such bonuses. I think it would be pretty fun if they do it that way. So affix that boosts the cheaper relic skill and affix that boosts the expensive relic dump skill. Maybe on just one item or just 2 items instead of 3, if it's too strong to have 3 items boosting this. You're still gonna have to sacrifice crit chance or crit damage or defense to get it, but it's gonna be nice to be able to boost those relic skills. By the way, the old tier 3 bonus of Sonic Pulse, if I'm not mistaken, was to cast Sonic Pulse around you, right? And I'm very happy that they removed it, because if you wanted to cast Sonic Pulse around you, not just where your cursor is, you can just put your cursor next to you on a melee build. And this tier 3 Sonic Pulse right now is much better than the old one. I just remembered what the old one was. I was thinking about it. And yeah. Definitely a big improvement from the old one to the new one. As a tier 3 bonus. Definitely worth investing the points there. For that extra 40% Steam cost skill damage.
Cast that spell here.
Oh, I remembered something. I need to change my contract. Just a moment. I've been getting fame without that fame going into the contract, so I switched the contracts now, so I can actually get some rewards while killing elites. Now that I've maxed out the winter contract. Let's keep moving.
Can't do that here.
Okay, let's keep pushing. But earlier I realized I missed a question about the new update and how it feels. I think there's a lot of good stuff with the new update. The only thing I don't like is the power creep. That's the only thing I think was unnecessary. Them increasing the stats of the Fuzzier monsters to make up for this power creep. For this up to 118% extra stats you can get on your items. Totally unnecessary and totally breaking the balance of the game big time. Especially considering if they're adding future endgame. I said it multiple times already, but if they add new activities, add new endgame, this would be very broken if they add new endgame activities, because they're gonna have to either find a way to implement this into the new endgame activities, or somehow try to tie the new endgame activities to the Fuzzier. And it's already showing that this is a problem with the alpaca level being useless right now, unless to just do it for fun. The gear that you get from the Fuzzier right now is just too good to compare to gear obtained from any other place, like Mapworks or the alpaca level. But apart from that, there's a lot of good stuff, especially the Forge tree work is... I mean, I've never enjoyed the Forged as much as I do now. Maybe the only time where I enjoyed the Forge more was when Fracking Strike was a Steam spender. a steam builder where I could build steam with fracking strike, and when I had cooldown reduction for vortex bomb, and I could get vortex bomb to 0 or 1 second cooldown. And the way I played back then is 1, 2, 3 fracking strikes, then vortex bomb. 1, 2, 3 fracking strikes, then vortex bomb. It was very fun. That's the most fun I've had on the Forged ever. But this no longer is possible. It's never gonna be possible to play in such a way. I hope they reconsider bringing back the cooldown reduction to vortex bomb affixes, so we can spam vortex bomb as much as we want, as long as we have the heat to have a vortex bomb spamming build. It would be pretty fun. And I also hope they bring back the mana cost reduction affixes for Dusk Mages. But I do like what they did to the entropy skill. They removed its mana cost increase when you buff it up, when you upgrade it to the max. So there's no longer mana cost increase, but also the other thing has been removed. I forgot what it was. Increased projectiles or increased speed or something like that has also been reworked. I think it's gonna be a better change overall, especially for electrode builds with entropy, so you can spam some more before running out of mana. Let's move. Come on. Let's group them up like this. The uppercut missed those next to me.
That spell can't be cast.
How much more Ember Shine? Alright, we're done with the Ember Shine. Let's find the granny. Here we go. Not much legendary items have been dropping recently. There's a dry spell of legendary drops now. Another map done. Almost though, still the boss is left. Still no legendary drops. Must be some unlucky drop streak. I'm not sure how many maps I did without the legendary, but it's at least 3, I think. Brefwaben says 3 days to legendaries only. Wow, that's pretty bad. I've got more than that just today alone in the end game. So the last one I got at 8%. 2 item stats. This one is 9.5. I need another peace break. Damn, something's happening to me. Maybe because it's too cold out there. So I'm gonna need a quick peace break. Give me a moment. I'm gonna switch the BRB. Pierce said, "Wear your hoodie struck." Pierce, do you mean my own merchandise hoodie? I don't have one, but when I start using my camera, I maybe might order one of my hoodies. Or buy myself an empty hoodie and put my logo on it in my country, because I'm not sure how the delivery is for my country if I order from my own merchandise store. But I can order samples without the increased cost. But the increased cost is like $1 or $2 per hoodie or something. Do you mean one of my own or another one? Because I'm always streaming with a hoodie. Only during the summer I don't stream with the hoodie on. If you mean my hoodie, which one do you like the most as the logos from the designs? Like if I were to show you all the designs, which one do you think is the best design? Let's just check hoodies. I'm wondering which one is the favorite for other people as designs, because I've got this logo design, then this one, the Star Explosion. I've got this Star Explosion with the stripes, this standard logo, the one with the mirror triangles, and this one with the pixel triangles, and the regular one. My personal favorite probably is this one, and maybe this one. But I guess they're all decent. So I'm wondering which one to get myself first as a hoodie. I'm definitely at one point gonna order some of my merchandise and test it. All right, let's close this and let's go and farm some more. The gray one with the small logo is the one you like. Oh, it's not always gray. You can change the color. There's shit tons of colors out there as available options. And I can custom make something if for example someone likes a certain logo but wants it on a different piece of apparel. For example, a certain hoodie that doesn't have a version with that logo, I can always add it, or gauntlets, or not gauntlets, gaiters that you put around your neck. Or there's even COVID masks. I even have on my merch store COVID masks with my logo on them. But I'm not sure how good that would look when printed. It's probably gonna stretch out a lot. In any case, let's just do more fuzzier. And those logo designs I've made myself. I've not paid people to make them for me. In fact, it's not a secret how I made them. There's a font called Lightning Bolt, I think. Lightning Bolt font. Yeah, I think it's Lightning Bolt font. And this Lightning Bolt font, basically everything, every letter is a picture. Maybe it's not Lightning Bolt. I have to remember. Lightning Strike, maybe. And every letter is an image. And for example, my regular logo, the one you see, my regular logo, the one that you see everywhere, the tilted lightning, it's actually J. But I think it's called Lightning Bolt. I just when I Google it right now, it doesn't show up, which is pretty strange. There's some other lightning bolt that's not the one I'm using. But yeah, maybe they removed it from the websites. Oh, I see it. Yeah, it is called Lightning Bolt. There we go. It is called Lightning Bolt. And yeah, those logos I've made with that font. I'm actually gonna give you a link to the font if anyone wants to play around. This font, and I would just take one of the letters and just add some shadows and lines and things like that to it. It's pretty fun. It's pretty fun. I need to do some more Wogus sometime when I'm free. Normally I do that after streaming in the early morning hours or whatever. She almost died there, eh? It's good to hear that feedback that you like the small Wogu the most. I would probably make versions with small Wogus of all the other ones. So people have options. If they like small, simple, just one Wogu there, I'm gonna give them options of all the other ones. Just gotta find some time to do it.
Your pet has arrived.
To anyone else who is a streamer, if there's anyone else who is a streamer, Teespring is amazing for merch, and not just for streamers. Anyone who wants to sell merchandise, you don't have to be streamer. If you're good at drawing, you can just create a shop. It's super easy because when you upload a design, you can just select that design on what types of products to appear, and you can customize the placement for each product separately, like mouse pads, like teacups, like hoodies, t-shirts, leggings for females, even all sorts of stuff like that. It's pretty easy to use that. More basic styles. I also love basic styles. In fact, many of the times where I would get something, if it's for wearing outside of my home, not at home, I would either go for something super simple without Wogus or minimal Wogus, or with something with shit tons of Wogus. I don't do the middle ground. Like I would either go for something like a camo style, where it's just a bunch of print, everything being like a camo. Or I would go for just a simple single logo if it's for wearing outside of my home. If it's for something that I wear at home, I really wouldn't care about the design, honestly. As long as when I wear hoodies, I prefer hoodies with a pocket in the middle, or zip-up hoodies. I don't like hoodies without a pocket, without a kangaroo pocket or whatever you call it. I obviously prefer more the zip-up hoodies, because zip-up hoodies, you can just unzip it when it's a little bit too warm and get some ventilation. And when it's colder, just zip it up and then immediately it gets warmer. The zip-up hoodie is a very good piece of apparel in my opinion. And it's comfortable, yeah. It definitely is. And it's easy to take off. It's easy to take off with a zipper. the things we talk in my stream. Welcome to the Struck Club, where we talk about all sorts of stuff. Tech, quoting, music. We don't talk just about games here. We go off topic. Let's see. What's this? Legendary finally. Toy Maker. Come on, I keep getting the Toy Maker too. The drop rate is super tilted towards Toy Maker 2, I guess, now that it's a new item and they probably want more people to test it and give feedback with it. I'm probably gonna stream for another 30-35 minutes, and as I said, end it at 10 instead of 10:30 today. Just because I'm getting more tired and hungrier as time passes. What time did I start streaming? I can't remember, but it's been a while. It's been a minute. 6 hours 47 minutes. So yeah, it's gonna be over 7 hours. So definitely time to get some food after half an hour or so. Okay, let's go in there and get that boss. Pretty nice maze. Amazingly nice maze for something without a socket. If only it had a socket. Still probably gonna keep it just in case.
You can't use that skill.
Come on. Come on. Okay. Let's see what else I can remove. This is gonna go in my forged storage. This one also. Maybe this one too. Okay, let's get rid of some stuff and then put some stuff in my forged storage in the wardrobes. What are we putting? We're putting chest pieces, so this one doesn't have one. This one doesn't have one. Back to the end game.
Back already? Oh, that one.
Gearwalkie. Okay, let's do the Gearwalkie one. Go on. Vote, vote. Oh, not this map. The worst map ever. In that map, most of the times the quests can be completed. And that's the map with the shittiest mob density ever. Even when you get goblins, the density is tragic. Most likely the quest won't be completed in this map. When you see this map, it's best to just exit it and start a new one. That's my advice, to avoid wasting your time on a map that can be completed. I'm gonna see for myself if I can do that quest, but most likely I won't be able to get all the drops needed. Especially if it's a drop quest. If it's not a drop quest, maybe you would have a chance to complete it. But if you get on this map a quest that requires you to wood quest drops that are more than one thing, yeah. I'm not sure why they don't increase the density of monsters, the amount of things that spawn in this map layout. Okay, halfway done with the course. Is that ancient cache? This is the ancient cache. But you know, maybe I'm gonna complete the course, but I need to keep looting caches. I think this is Dwarven 2 chat, so that's not ancient cache. Are there gonna be enough ancient cache to loot in the map? This is an ancient cache. This is an ancient cache. This one isn't. This and this are both ancient cache. Want to see me get to Fazir 100? Probably you won't. Probably you never will see me get to Fazir 100, because I just get bored. I don't see a reason to push further. I don't see a reasonable explanation why I would want to go further. This boring power creep gear is just overpowered. It's not gonna motivate me to go further. I don't get guaranteed loot by getting further. If every 4 levels when you beat a boss you got a guaranteed legendary, believe me, I would be pushing for sure. If the first time I defeat a boss on the challenges I get a guaranteed legendary, like a legendary gear bundle for example, each time I would be motivated and I would push further. If at level 3, at level 7, at level 11, level 15, etc. they gave me a legendary gear bundle, yeah, I would be pushing further. Right now I don't see a reason to do it. It's just not fun for me. It's super boring, it's time consuming, and I don't like bullet sponges in games. So I refuse to do bullet sponge content. Just giving the monsters damage, HP and speed is boring. That's not the way it should be. Just damage, health and speed. They should become smarter. They should start behaving differently. They should try and gank up on you and flank you more. They should try and go for reinforcements and things like this. Where is the Dwarven cache? Yeah, we can complete this quest. Not enough Dwarven cache things to loot. Maybe this one, the final one, ancient cache. No. I might have missed some in the middle, so let's check again. More maps and bosses, what? More maps and bosses and more wood. I don't think there's more maps, it's the same maps. Just with more affixes. And I'm not sure what testing builds has to do with reaching Fazir 100. You don't need to reach Fazir 100 to see if a build works or not. Reaching Fazir 100 is just a matter of min-maxing and getting better gear. The same goes for 250. Actually, if 100 was the limit, I would have been doing 100. But when the limit is 251, I just lose any motivation to want to push further. Because I know it's too much. If they kept it crunched to 100 levels, not 251, and 100 was their original idea. Originally, it was only 100 levels. By the time it was ready for testing, they had already added another 151. And you could tell that it was originally designed for only 100, because after 100 you didn't get any bonuses to the monsters. The bonuses originally stopped at 100. Would have been much more fun if they kept it at 100 stages. Much easier to balance all sorts of things and the increase of power. And Breathwaden says finally got Facebreaker. Well, enjoy it. It's a decent item. It's not a amazing must-have meta item, but it's very good for rapid strike builds. That piercing aspect of the Facebreaker is pretty good. 100 is the maximum you're playing to. Okay. If you think that's the way it should be. Oh fuck, another one of those maps with the same quest. I forgot it's the same map. It's never gonna change until I do something different. But yeah, still not a single winter weave, and I've only found one at level 51 ancient ember piece. So ancient ember winter weave pieces are dropping once every 4 years on a full moon after you sacrifice your firstborn to Satan. That's when those pieces drop. It's not fun when you're not getting those items as drops. Yeah, if you're lucky. Even then, it's not guaranteed. I mean, I've only gotten, ever since they added the Ancient Ember set, 0 pieces until this patch. So between the Gear and Goblins patch and the Snow and Steam patch, I had 0 drops of the Ancient Ember. I did get at level 51 a single Ancient Ember piece, the shoulders. Ever since then, not another one has dropped. We're gonna have to do some sacrifices to Woodcipher, sacrifices to Woodcipher and to RNGesus, to see who's gonna be on our side. Okay, that was that. Boom. Right now it's a bit overtuned towards the stingy. What do you mean stingy? Stingy? I get the toy maker a watt, and I get servo blade a watt. Those are the things that drop for me the most right now. Servo blade and the toy maker stuff. Breath Waben says he ran with a blue weapon for 60 Fazir levels, but right now the blue weapons are still much easier to get good stats on compared to a legendary. Getting a good legendary with the right stats is gonna be hard, first of all because of the low drop rates of the legendaries, and second because you don't have a min-maxing stat rerolling system. So it's gonna take much more effort and time to get a good legendary, but at least you can get a good legendary and chug it into the legendarium and still get that skill when it comes to weapons. Although yeah, if you get super lucky and get flat damage on a legendary weapon with a socket, then you hit the jackpot. But with the blue weapons, the way they are and being able to wife bind them, you can see the damage you can get on the high levels of the Fazir is just ridiculously high. Like you can get a weapon with probably 20k attack if you have 3 sockets and flat damage rolls on it. See, with my weapon you can get another 2000 and another 2000 in the middle instead of drain and blind. And then another 2000 instead of the crit chance versus bleeding, so you can get over 20k damage. Which is super high. That's obviously a high Fazir level weapon. You were lucky with 3 damage rolls. Really? You got a legendary facebreaker with 3 damage rolls? Even without the socket, that's pretty good. Even without the socket, it's amazing. So on Xbox One, there's more people playing. Nice. Yeah, around the holidays, people have more time to play, and with this update, I'm assuming people who love boring power creep return to the game, or got the game.
You can't cast that.
Ah, the portal spawned in front of my... See, this shouldn't happen. This is so fucking annoying. Why don't they ask me yes or no if I wanna leave a map? If I wanna enter a portal? Every time you enter a portal, you should be asked if you want to enter or not. Regardless whether it's your own portal or a portal that the game spawned. That leads to a boss fight or that leads out of a boss fight. And right now, probably 50% of the times it would ask, and in the other 50% of the cases it won't. The amount of wood I've missed due to this is just too high. Unreasonably high. And this part where you can't stack gear bundles is another annoying thing. Where you can't stack essences. Let's do another secret alpaca level. Not so secret alpaca level. Just for variety, cause it's getting boring doing just the Fazir. okay.
Can't cast that here.
How to get to that level? Oh, the secret is out of the back. Someone has shared it publicly, so I'm gonna tell you in a moment. Let me finish this level and I can show you how. Basically, you go to Travel Point, and then there's a buffalo or buffalo, which is, I guess, between a buffalo and antelope. And you have to click on the buffalo in Travel Point 20 times. I'm gonna make a video about it tomorrow, but you click on the buffalo 20 times, and then behind the training dummies nearby there's a pile of dirt, and you have to click on it, and then you get an item, and that item unlocks a secret vendor, and the vendor sells you the map scrolls for 5 legendary essence each scroll. Not sure how people figured it out. Honestly, it's super dodgy how someone managed to figure out that you have to click exactly 20 times on the buffalo before you click on the other thing, and how they figured out it was exactly 20 times they clicked. It seems like a leak to me. Somehow someone leaked it from the people who had the information. Because there's no way someone would say, hey, I think I need to click 20 times on this buffalo and then click on the pile of dirt. I would have thought it's not a leak if they didn't use the number 20. If they said you gotta click a bunch of times, unknown number of times, then okay, sure. And then I would say, okay, he probably just clicked randomly on everything he can think of and found a way to reach it.
You can't cast that here.
The only other reasonable explanation how they found it out is by data mining. Data mining the game files and figuring out the code and how it works from the code. If it's possible even to data mine this in such a way. This is the only reasonable explanation other than leak, how people would have figured out that they need to click exactly 20 times. I was hoping people wouldn't find this in the next 1 or 2 months to see how long it would take them, but I guess it was too difficult and maybe it got leaked somehow or data mined. Okay, so let me go and show you how to access it. As I said, you go to Travel Point, so I'm gonna go there quickly. Come on. Chop chop. Walt. Blinky boy. Come on. There we go. So you go to Travel Point first. And then you head close to the entrance of Buff Setch or whatever it's called. You head this way.
Use that skill.
Edgewood Buff. So right before Edgewood Buff, you're gonna see a buffalo, or as the game calls it, buffalo. Bertrude. Bertrude. You have to click her 20 times. Moo, are you happy now? What? You've seen a buffalo before. And you have to click 20 times on this one. Once you've clicked 20 times, you go over here, and there's a pile of dirt over there. I don't have it anymore, but there's a pile of dirt over there, and you have to click on it. This pile of dirt here, and this gives you an item, and that item unlocks an NPC.
That skill.
This NPC here,
A map
and
is
this NPC sells you secret alpaca level scrolls for 5 legendary essence each, and that's it. But as you saw, it's pretty disappointing. I've done it 5 times already, and it hasn't dropped a single legendary in there. And it costs 5 legendaries, so you have to sacrifice 5 legendaries just to be able to gain access to it. And not only is the gear gonna be obviously weaker than the Fazier gear, but it's fun to do it every now and then when you get bored of the Fazier and you just want some variety, just some fun. You can do it. Obviously, it's the very first version of this. Maybe they're gonna keep improving this and make it better. I would really love to see a woodpecker, like a wood goblin, but a woodpecker that you kill and that opens a portal to some sort of Netherim world where you have the hidden gear of the Netherim. I had long ago written this as a suggestion, how to explain it as a war. For example, let's say the Netherim capture alpacas to use them as mules, to use them to carry their luggage left and right, and they keep them captive somewhere. And this one somehow ends up entering one of those portals that the face beast somehow enters and escapes, and it's very scared. And you have to go catch her and calm her down. And once you calm her down to feel safe, then it gives you a bunch of wood maybe that it's carrying that you can grab. So you have to maybe somehow stun her, or I don't know how to handle this to make sure you're not killing it or beating it, but rather calming it down. Or it could be one of those weird secret alpaca level alpacas that attacks you, but one that carries a lot of wood and is trying to run around like a wood goblin. It would be nice if they had something like this. But I think the woodpecker that you have to calm down is a better way to handle this. Infamous or gear lucky? I think Infamous would yield better gear. Alright, I'm gonna do final map for the day and then go give my pet some medicine and food and make myself some food. Cause it's almost 10 p.m. here, so I'm not gonna wait until 10:30 today. But yeah, enjoy the secret alpaca level, which is not so secret after yesterday someone reviewed it.
Your pet is hurt. You can't cast that spell here.
Let's see here. How many more on that? 67%, and the tablet is needed as well. Got the tablet, so just killing on that now. Terry says, by the way, you seen Diablo 4 update and Diablo 3.5 on mobile? I haven't seen that update. If you have a link, maybe share it with me either on Discord or here as a PM. I'm gonna see it. My brother was telling me something about Diablo 4, so I assume there might have been a new trailer or a new video or something like that. I'm gonna look it up. At best, I'm probably gonna just look it up. There's gonna be some new info. Everyone's waiting for Diablo 4, me including, so it's a long way from now. Probably another year at least, until we even see playable beta maybe. But maybe this summer they might, if coronavirus kind of stops, if they do a BlizzCon, maybe they can showcase a better demo that's more than just a single quest and a single town. Maybe they can show more as a playable demo. We'll see. Okay, for now, this is gonna be it for today. Thanks for tuning in on Twitch and on YouTube. Until next time, Struck Up, keep it cool, and goodbye from me.